greeted the umpires as they're walking out there on day 2 of this West Indies Championship match, and this is featuring Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Jamaica Scorpions, and the action is about to get on the way. Remember, yesterday the Scorpions won the toss and they decided to bat first, but that did not work out so well. They were bowled out for 141, and Trinidad and Tobago, led by Imran Khan and including Jason Mohammed, Shannon Gabriel, Yannick Kara, Brian Charles, Jid Gully, Anderson Phillip, Keegan Simmons, Jaden Seals, Isaiah Raja, and Joshua De Silva. And that's not the batting order, but that's the team. Jamaica, John Campbell, Jamie Merchant, Jermaine Blackwood, Leroy Logg, Marquino Mindley, Nicholas Gordon, Derval Green, Romaine Morrison, Paul Palmer, Patrick Harty, and Aldwin Williams. Remember, this match is taking place at the Brown Arrow Cricket Academy in Toruba, South Trinidad. And just a summary of yesterday's play before we get going. Jamaica 141 all out. Jermaine Blackwood with 3 chances got up to 44. John Campbell got 25. Paul Palmer 24. And Marquino Mindley, a useful 22 towards the end. For Trinidad and Tobago, Brian Charles returned his best ever first-class bowling figures of 6 for 48. Jaden Seals, the young impressive fast bowler, 2 for 17. Well, as I say, good morning to Visham Lalman. Visham, it's gloomy, it's cloudy, the rain should be here shortly, but I'm going to make a bold statement, and I think that the first session of play this morning will determine the course of this match.
Yes, definitely so. Good morning, Vinod. Good morning to all the viewers and listeners. Yeah, the first session of play will determine the outcome of this match. The Red Force at the moment 98 for 3. It's been a good fight back by Yannick Karaya and Joshua De Silva yesterday after losing a 3 early wicket.
Yeah, so good morning, and I say good morning to all our viewers around the world. A very stiff wind coming from the east, and the clouds are really gathering up as well. There is rain in and around Williamsville, which is to the east of us. They said great things come from the east. I see the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Azim Bassarat, has graced us with his presence, and he's from the southeast. The first delivery is allowed to go by as the score remains 98 for the loss of 3.
It's Nicholson Gordon starting things for the Jamaica Scorpions, and he picked up 2 key wickets yesterday for the Jamaica Scorpions. He got things going for them.
Well, Gordon will enjoy these conditions. It's very good conditions for seam and swing bowling. And he's charging in from the southern end. And Karaya just walks into that one. It's important that Karaya stays there. This track at the Brown Arrow Cricket Academy is going to be even more difficult. Normally on the second day it settles down, but it's too dry. And that is going to create problems. Trinidad and Tobago would not want to be batting last, or even if they have to chase a target, they would not want to chase anything significant.
Yes, and mentioning Karaya doing well, he has been quite solid, both him and Joshua De Silva against Mindley and Gordon.
That's good running, and a feature of the partnership between Joshua De Silva and Karaya has been the running between the wickets. And again, every opportunity you see these guys trying to get at the other end.
Yes, and to be fair to the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers, they were quite excellent in their display yesterday. Mindley, Gordon and Derval Green in the short spell that he had. And whatever delivery that De Silva and Karaya could have negotiated, they were able to pick up those quick singles, and that's good signs as we see the groundsmen making their way to the covers now.
Well, they're making their way to the covers in a very slow manner. I've seen oil move faster than that, which tells me that they are the experts here, and the rain is probably a little while still to come. Gordon from the southern end. So De Silva has to restart. The Silva, as we were told yesterday, he has to restart. He is on 32 of 81 deliveries, and the rain is close by now. It has arrived. The umpire probably trying to get this over in. The silver is off and running now for this morning. They take one, and in the midst of running down, the umpire was actually calling the ground staff out. So they are going to run off. It brings up the 100 for Trinidad and Tobago, 100 for 3. And we've had just 5 balls this morning, bowled by Nicholson Gordon. He has 2 for 25. The silver goes off at the rain break on 33. Karaya is on 12. It's belting down now, and you can see the covers are being brought on.
Yes, it's a heavy downpour here at the Brown Lark Academy. And you could have sensed it, judging from the clouds that we had this morning. And but Trinidad and Tobago bringing up the 100 though, amid the rain.
Well, you sensed it even before the grounds, man. At this point in time, Karai is on 12, the silver 33, and I was making the point before that the first session could well determine the match. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, this all depends on the way that these two batsmen, or when they do get the opportunity when the rain subsides, it depends on this partnership as well. From these two batsmen, they are set. And I think if the Jamaica Scorpions can really get into the batting lineup, further into the batting lineup of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force quite early, and limit them to, let's say, just about 50 runs lead, I think Trinidad and Tobago, though, they would be happy with a lead like that.
Yeah, if they can get up to between 60 and 100, that could put Jamaica under some pressure. Ideally, they will want to bat once. So they'll want a good lead. Yesterday, Ronnie Bikram Das had suggested around 200, and they could be safe in terms of having not to bat again. So it's going to get more and more difficult the drier the pitch gets. This rain break, though, could help in terms of freshening up the pitch. I'll tell you how. If it's an extended break, you could get sweating under the covers. That could probably freshen it up a bit because it is dry. You know, it's a pitch that is craving moisture. And at this point in time, moisture is coming, but in the wrong form. And that's in the form of rain. So what we're going to do is to take a short break. We'll be back with you as soon as we have some cricket action. Good morning again, as it's good news as we welcome you back to the Brana Cricket Academy here in Taruba. We want to thank all our many viewers and well-wishers out there who have stayed with us during the downpour this morning, and I know that you're really enjoying this commentary and production at the Brana Cricket Academy. 100 for 3, Visham. Good morning again.
Good morning, Vinod. Good signs for cricket now. The weather has cleared up.
So this one is outside the off stump, just angling back. It's the end of the over. Remember, we had 5 deliveries before the rain came down, and that one allowed to go by Karaya. So it's 100 for 3. Remember, the Jamaicans got to 141. I'm looking to my left, which is at the eastern side of the ground, and it has broken up nicely. You can see blue skies just in the background. There's still some clouds around. They're pretty high, and if you look, the wind has picked up, and the dark clouds are moving quickly past the ground, which is a really, really good sign.
Yes, I don't think the rain would prove to be any danger to the cricket again, and who could really prove to be vital here for the Jamaica Scorpions would be Derval Green, who is coming back into the attack. Yesterday he's bowled 6 overs, conceding some 15 runs, and Joshua De Silva, he's going to be facing him up.
This time this one takes the edge, a healthy edge, and in between gully and second slip down to the boundary for 4. So a good delivery to start there by Derval Green, and De Silva was pushing away from his body, not in control, and luckily for him it goes into the gap and goes down for 4.
A very casual approach there from Joshua De Silva early on against Green, and just standing his ground, hanging his bat outside the off stump. Luckily, that one went through that vacant gap there between second slip and gully. The first boundary of the day, though, despite being fortuitous for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Green. Straighter this time. De Silva just going across. One good thing about Joshua De Silva is he's one of those players who seems to put whatever happens the previous ball away, and that's a good trait.
Yes, he seems to have a very calm head on his shoulders, and he is very determined and solid out there. Anytime he has the bat in his hand and he has an opportunity with the bat in the middle, he tends to bat for long.
Good carry on that occasion there from Derval Green. Green is not to be underestimated. He's one of those bowlers who gets the ball to skid on, and Joshua De Silva has to be careful with him. TNT just having to restart. It's difficult when you have a day's play that is stop start. There was rain at the Queen's Park Oval this morning, which is just about 37 minutes to 38, let's say 40 minutes away. And if you were driving Visham, an hour and 40 minutes away. But there was no run here, no rain here, at the Brana Cricket Academy. And then as the game started, we had only 5 deliveries, and the heavens opened.
Yes, very unfortunate this morning, losing half an hour of play. I think the players won't be fazed by that. They are looking to get themselves in this contest. I think it's very balanced at this time, but more on that side of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 104 for 3. They'll be, of course, looking to charge forward here now.
This one again keeping low. We saw a number of deliveries keep low at that end, but De Silva was watchful. He watched that one onto the bat, right onto the bat, and he was able to keep it out.
So we saw that yesterday, and of course Keegan Simmons, he was dismissed. A ball that kept very low, hitting the off stump from Nicholas Gordon. What the batsmen would need to do is just play on their front foot. Just need to adjust here now.
This one too straight, just getting into his wicket and clipping it just forward of square. It's the end of the over. So Trinidad and Tobago boys just looking to continue where they left off yesterday evening. And a scattering of spectators, but they're very vocal this morning somehow.
Yes, I think it's all based on the performances of the home team, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And what was key for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force yesterday into today as well is that they won key passages of play within the game, and the partnership at this time between Karaya and De Silva, rebuilding partnership, 46 of just 116 balls, goes to show a lot of patience in that.
I think that it's not about the balls at this point in time. So it's 104 for the loss of 3, and that's a very short delivery that dies on its way to the wicketkeeper.
This stage of the innings, in the first innings, Jamaica Scorpions were 94 for 6.
So Karaya continuing to show that restraint, show that patience that he has become known for. He's a man known as the batting creature. So I think our guy Rudy is saying that they call him Creesh. He says he's a creature. That's the man. Nicely forward. Would have played for the West Indies under 19 way back in 2009 in New Zealand. At that time he was more focused on his leg spin bowling, which has taken the back seat, so to speak. He still is an option that was used extensively in the last season and also in the trials. Yesterday there was no need to have him on. And like his good friend Jermaine Blackwood, who was out there, he actually started his career in that very World Cup. He came to prominence as an off spinner, and he turned again focus on his batting. And there are some players around the world. I know the Australians in the commentary box will be happy for the rest of the day when I say this, but Steve Smith, I think, is the greatest example.
Yeah,
he actually made his debut for Australia as a leg spinner just after Shane Warne. It didn't go too good, and he decided to become the world's best batsman after that. And then there was Tilan Samawarira from Sri Lanka, who started as a spinner as well and ended up as a very consistent middle order batsman. And after the Lahore attacks in 2009, he was shot with a stray bullet. Not too much injuries, not too much damage, I should say. But he was never the same after that. Again, short and wide by Gordon, not really troubling Karaya, and he goes through.
and Karaya, speaking about him being a bowler and putting that at the back seat, we've seen in the trial matches and in the recent past that he's really developed his bowling. He's developed that googly, and we really saw some good variation from him. So he couldn't be vital in this regional 4-day tournament with the ball, but he has an opportunity out there now, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force require a mammoth innings from him with the bat.
It was a beautiful delivery there by Durval Green, and I thought that De Silva pulled inside of the line after that one passed him. He was beaten, and the score remains 104 for 3. And our statistician Rudy is coming back to me to let me know that Justin Greaves started as a fast bowler 3 years ago and opened the batting for the West Indies recently. Green again. Visham, and I know you have been making some movements already. You started as a scorer, and you finally got a game for George Village United after 10 years.
Well, again, you continue to bring up these information, Mr. Mamchan, and I can't seem to find out where you are getting them from.
No, I have solid information. Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das started as an attacking middle-order batsman at Presal and a medium pacer. Ended up as one of Central Zone's most successful youth coaches. I'll give him that. He's out caught. Driving that one there was De Silva. Again, the front foot not in line. He was just pushing at it. And Jermaine Blackwood pulls down a nice catch to his left. Picking that one up very early was Blackwood. He was in position and was able to take that. And there goes Joshua De Silva. That's a big breakthrough for the Scorpions.
Yeah, well, Derval Green reaping the reward of excellent bowling this morning. Joshua De Silva, he just never looked comfortable against Derval Green this morning, hanging his bat out there on a couple of occasions. This time, well pitched up. And
yeah, he was driving without getting in line there, Visham. And that led to his dismissal. So Joshua De Silva goes, and he's just having a word there with Karaya, probably giving him some useful information. So this is a passage of play now that is going to be very, very important as we move on into this morning's play. Gooley's out there now, Jid Gooley, and this is a young man who's been in a tremendous form in the trials.
Yes, in one of those trial matches, he had a brilliant century as well. Unfortunately for him, in the last trial match, he had a minor injury, being struck on the toe. A quick delivery from Shannon Gabriel, but here he is now. He's back up and running, and he's looking to do well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on the regional stage here.
I don't think being struck on the toe by Shannon Gabriel could ever be minor, Visham. And that must have hurt. Remember carrying that game live on 360, Cricket 360, and we were there. Shannon Gabriel had a full pitch delivery that cannoned into his toe, and he has been out since. Tried batting a bit in the trial match that followed, looked uncomfortable, struck about 4 sixes towards the back end of that trial. He just couldn't run, and now he's out there again looking to continue the good work that he had in the last domestic season as well, and of course the last regional season. And there he is, an exaggerated defensive shot, getting right behind the line of that one.
Yeah, well, he had an excellent start. You mentioned the previous season's Jid Gooley. Of course, I believe he had that century against the Windward Island Volcanoes, and in the 4 first-class matches that he's played thus far, having some 202 runs at an average of 33.66. In an interview I had with Jid Gooley for Crick Scope, he said that he's determined to do well.
And you can see that determination from the former West Indies under 19 player. You asked me where I get my information from, and you are right in saying that Jid Gooley did score 100 against the Windward Islands. It was 128. It was scored right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and was on the 12th of March 2020. And our guy, his fingers are hot this morning, Mr. Ramisa. He's saying that was his last game right here. So let's see. Green. This one keeps low, and Gooley being a tall man, if he has to bend, it always looks exaggerated.
Yeah, it does, and I think that is something for the batsmen coming out there, to think about. Seeing that the ball is keeping a bit low, they would need to adopt a different approach here now. They would need to take a couple deliveries out there in the middle and get themselves in, adjust to the pitch.
Well, I don't think how you could really adjust, Visham, to deliveries like that are creeping along the track at the southern end. But Gooley lives to fight another day. He's off the mark. And yes, he did have that 128 right here against the Windward Islands. Karaya also had a century against the Windward Islands, but that was in St. George's 5 years ago. So, very pleasant morning now. The wind has picked up nicely, and some of the fans are already in. And you look along to the southwestern side, where that's a good delivery again. Just dropping the wrist on that one there, Gully. And on the southwestern side, you can see the apple trees. They're swaying in the wind.
Well, as Ronnie told us, it's apple trees, and we'll have to go with that for now, Vinod.
What the professor says, you believe. Unless it is scientifically proven to not be true. I'm surprised he hasn't chimed in. Here is Gordon. Cooley's forward again. So there's another left-hander still in the ranks to come, and that's Isaiah Raja. I really like to see Isaiah Raja bat. He's very elegant. We saw him in the trials, and tell you, some of those shots that he played in the last trial game, it was really breathtaking.
Well, both him and Jit Guli are two of the exciting young prospects, young left-handers in the Red Force setup.
Don't forget Krish, he's still there. This time he's well forward. Information coming from Red Force dressing room is that they're not sure if he can take his position in the batting lineup. One wishes him well. You know, it's ironic that he replaced Solozano because of a finger injury, and he got a finger injury.
That's very interesting and strange.
This time again, forward into the covers. Want to thank Quick Dungi for that information that he brought from the dressing room. And it's the little finger on his left hand. Or right hand, I'm told. It's the first game of the season, and he is one of the young prospects. You'll want to ensure that he's in good fettle. Moving ahead.
It's not the start that Isaiah Roja would have wanted to this regional tournament. I'm sure he would have wanted to be out there much earlier with the bat.
But I think from what we saw yesterday, it looked as if he would have been sent to open the batting.
Yeah, well, Imran Khan, of course, he opened the batting with Keegan Simmons, so, and that's of course because of Raja being injured.
This time again, nicely behind it. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Raja's retaking his guard here. It seems as if he's taking... Well, he's been very meticulous with that Midland leg. Taking his time, and he's right. You know, you can't be hustled. Take your time as a batsman. Compose yourself. And a bouncer from Durval. The crowd likes that.
Short Durval Green. And you wouldn't expect those sort of deliveries from a guy of his height. He's working up a head of steam here, Duval Green.
Well, his tail is up, seeing that he sent back Josh De Silva in his last over.
And Joshua De Silva just being testament of what we are saying about Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen in the initial matches getting start and not being able to carry on. And
Sammy struck right in front, not out, says the umpire. That ball probably was pitched outside the leg stump and moving across him. That's the only thing that I could have seen saving him there. Now on impact, it was right in front the stumps. But that delivery might have been pitched a shade outside the leg stump.
well, there's always a case of these bowlers when they are coming over the wicket. There's always an opportunity for the ball to be pitching outside the leg stump.
No ball this time from Green. So that takes the score along further.
Just maybe looking for a bit of extra pace there, Duval Green. In the end, overstepping. It got on to Karaya very quickly. He got down in time.
Well, Karaya is assisting him by remarking the crease. I've never seen that before. Gully, sorry. He's a southerner. Very kind people. Not to say the rest of the country is not kind, but all I would say is southerners are very kind people.
Southland the best land?
Yes.
Mr. Mamchan?
Well, so Bikram Das is saying Central is the best, but if my I'm gonna get back to that. Oh, this one jumps, and there are some cracks on the track, and that probably struck one of that, and probably the edge of one of those cracks. It jumped. Well played though by Karaya. He was quick to take the bottom hand away, and the man from Ronnie Bikram Das is saying Central is the best. And during the lunch break, Mr. Lalman, I want you to go across to him and ask him where he lives at this point in time. All I'm saying, he lives in a very nice neighborhood, right across from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And the last time I checked, the academy was in South. Unless it moved with overnight rain. The score is 106 for 4. Another Central man is sitting next to him, and he has gone even further south.
They all want to come down to South Trinidad.
Southerners are kind people.
We are trying to make Southland better.
Oh, I see. Again, another good delivery there from Green, and right behind the line was Karaya.
Sun has emerged, and beautiful conditions now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, I was told that good old Krish likes to be called Carrier and not Karaya. Green bowls him again. This one pitching just outside the leg stump and not going up with the appeal was Green on that occasion. And Carrier lives to fight another day.
What you need to do is carry the Red Force innings forward.
Yep.
On his back.
And again, you can see the umpire just looking at where Duval Green is running through. Just to ensure that he's not in the danger area. There is our president of the Tobago Cricket Association, Kerwin John. He's there with Amar Samaru. former controller of customs here in Trinidad and Tobago. And they are taking in the action here at the Branagh Cricket Academy.
Good to see Mr. Kerwin John out here looking on at the cricket.
They had a wonderful T10 festival in Tobago. Was it last year? This is pushed back along the track.
That's the Tobago T10 Blast.
Yep, Nathan Stewart was the man. Did they? It's very windy here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. Time forward again. Exaggerated forward defensive shot by Jid Gully. Good young talent, Jid Gully. And Jid Gully's coach is sitting with us here.
Yeah, and Lakan always speaks. He always speaks highly of Jid Gully, a good friend of his and someone he has worked with. And what Jid Gully has done nicely, though, he has been very tight in his defense very early on in his innings.
So Anil Lakan is going to be up next at the end of this over, and he'll be able to tell us a lot about Jid Gully, who was under his wings. The first time I met Anil Lakan, Jid Gully was his pride and joy. Gully had just made the West Indies under 19 team, and he had made all of South very proud, with Anil Lakan doing a lot of work with him as a young man. Anil Lakan himself is a young man, but Gordon. Woo! Well, that's a searing bouncer. And to trouble Gully at that height, it has to be a very good bouncer. A lot of energy expensed on that occasion there.
Yeah, but very well played by Jid Gully. And also, he executed that leave alone very well. He dropped the hands. He did not leave the bat anywhere close to the ball.
Well pitched up delivery. Gully just forces it on the offside, and there is no run. So a good over there by Gordon. I've been impressed with Nicholson Gordon. Even coming into this match, he had a very good first class average of 19.6, having taken 26 wickets prior. And in this match, 2 for 25 of 13. I think he's definitely serving the Scorpions well.
Yeah, he gave the Scorpions exactly what they wanted, and that was 2 early wickets. He got things going for the Jamaica Scorpions, and they're in a good position. I think this wicket this morning that Durval Green got for them was a key one, that of Joshua De Silva. And Red Force would have looked to Joshua De Silva after getting a start, to carry on. He's in the shed though, and Karaya's out there in the middle. And Jid Gully. Green is hitting a very hard length. He's getting that ball to jump. Some of those deliveries though keeping very low. So something to think about here for these Red Force batsmen. Just 35 runs behind the Jamaica Scorpions, 141. After they won the toss on day 1 yesterday, elected to bat first. They did not make use of that decision. They would not make the best use of that decision. after the wickets of the two senior men, John Campbell for 25 and Jermaine Blackwood for 44. This is what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team would not want. They don't want contributions from all their batsmen. They won't want to throw away their wickets, throw away their starts that day. And you can see the umpire just warning Derval Green. He seems to be getting in the danger zone. Just asking him to run to the left, run off the wicket when he delivers. (106 for 4), the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Remember the last wicket for Joshua De Silva.
Again, a good delivery by Green. He continues to deliver just outside the off. Have been Scorpions well over the years, and just in the last the regional season, he took 22 wickets at an average of 24.86 with a best of 5 for 75.
Yeah, and there are two guys up there, Derval Green and Marquino Mindley. He had 24. Patrick Harty as well, the spinner, left arm orthodox spinner, he had 22. So a good attack coming into this game.
With solid attack without being to Karaya. Will want to continue. He's done all the hard work. He has 12 of 69. Given the context of this match, he has played very, very well. And this time, a good old Derval Green has him on the ground.
Yeah, well, Karai was expecting that one to rise a bit more. Dropped his hands, he left it alone, and you could have seen him a bit confused there after that one went past into the gloves of Morris.
A good delivery again, and he's just signaling to Karaya that don't take me lightly. I'm here, and I can really disturb you. Karaya has had a good run in recent times, and in 2017 he scored. That was one of his best seasons for Trinidad. In fact, that was the best season he had ever had for TNT, when he scored 691 runs at an average of 43.18 with 200s and 1/2 century.
Since then, he has been fruitful. Do not recognize, he's been very fruitful for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And just like Imran Khan, he has been one of the standouts, one of the pioneers and a good servant in Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
That knock included 100. That season, he scored 196 against the Leeward Islands in Basté.
The other century came against Jamaica, right here at Taruba, 127.
So you'll want to replicate that sort of form.
So these two guys out there in the middle have had 100 centuries at the Brandlar Cricket Academy in regional cricket.
Also in 2017, he got 102 not out against the Windward Islands in St. George's. Gooley again pushes his back on the onside. I like the approach of Gooley. He's come in and he has really just taken his time. He has won. So he's 15 deliveries for that. And he's not looking troubled. Just looking to take his time, going about his business.
In the meantime as well, we did not recognize the introduction of Marquino Mindley. So a different challenge now for Jit Gully from the fine Mindley.
Oh, that one keeps low on the northern side. Brilliant stop there by the wicketkeeper. And the goalie is probably wondering what's going on there.
Well, it's a similar delivery to the one that Keegan Simmons got. Just the bowler on that occasion was operating around the wicket. So goalie seems to be immediately Kara walks up to have a conversation with Jit Gooley. It feels some gardening out there now. There you can see the replay. Jit Gooley just falling over as that delivery kept very low.
Good work there by Ronnie Bikram Das, the professor.
Very quick single, that last delivery there from Marquino Minley, and Gooley moves on to 2. It's been a slow start for him, and he's had it all to do with the ball keeping a bit low. The inconsistency of bounce, 2 from 18 deliveries. Looking at Kara's innings though, 12 from 71.
It's been a battle.
Yeah,
It's been a battle.
gritty performance thus far.
Yes, gritty. A huge bird is just surveying the field. It's a natural drone.
Crick Dungy just continues to write his notes.
A booming bouncer, and Kara has no issues in getting under that. He's not as tall as Gooley. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. Run save for Karaya. Minley on that occasion a bit too straight, and Karaya just riding that. And this is what you want to see. This is good gripping first class cricket.
Yeah, it's good balance between both ball and bat. You can see the bowlers doing well, the batsmen having a lot to do out there in the middle, being presented with that challenge of the bowlers doing well, and they are really responding in a good manner as well.
Coach David Furlong would have impressed upon these guys the importance of the first innings. Gooley gets his second run. That one was stealing back in, but he was doing the right thing. He was on the front foot, and he gets a single. So it's the end of the over. At the latest score here at Brian Cricket Academy, the Red Force 109 for 4. After more thoughts from Visham Lalman, will be joined by Anil Lakan.
So good passage of play this morning for the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, Jamaica Scorpions 141 in the first innings. Trinidad and Tobago at this time 109 for 4. Yannick Kara, he's there on 13 of 72 deliveries, and Jit Gooley, he's there on 3.
It's a beautiful delivery there. That one pitched and moved away from the left-handed Gooley, and Gooley is looking perplexed by that, and that's probably a good time to say good morning to Gooley's coach as a youngster, Anil Lakan. Good morning, Anil. How are you?
Good morning, Funud, and that was a drop of a delivery on this occasion from Minley. So a stiff examination, if I may say so, in regards to the early innings from Jed Gooley.
Again, this one jumps, and there are some cracks on the track. I keep saying that, and the ball at times really misbehaving. Good technique shown there, though, by Gooley to take the bottom hand away and just play it down. Tell us a bit about Jed Gooley as a youngster coming up.
Jed Gooley have demonstrated from a very tender age when he was attending the boys RC school in San Fernando, all the talent that you would expect, from a 14 or 15-year-old, he's multi-talented from that tender age.
Some runs here for him. Is it true that Jid Gooley represented South under 13 at the age of 10? Is it?
Yes, he did. The youngest at a very tender age of 10, he had the opportunity because of his talent. He was given that opportunity to play at the zonal level.
Wow, age of 10. Must have been in primary school.
Yeah, he was attending San Fernando Boys RC at the time.
Wow. So that keeps low. Ronnie's also indicating to me that there's a guy from Southeast, is Brendan Ramlal, is it? Brendan Budu, who has represented his zone at the age of 9.
So I'm sure the coaches and the management of those teams would definitely have seen something really special in these youngsters to give them the opportunity to be part and parcel of that setup.
There's Green. Again, another delivery. Well played, though, by Karaya. Getting right behind it. And it squared him up. Pushes it on the offside. So this is good cricket. I'm enjoying this battle. Yes, and it's good to see these young guys at that age play for their zone. I remember I got into South Zone at the age of 7. And then my mom woke me up. You enjoyed that, coach?
Was it a nightmare?
No comments, Vinod. So Dover Green is in a very impressive spell at the moment, Vinod.
Well, he's in the midst of a really good spell, and if I may ask you to put on your coach's hat here at this point in time, he has been going for quite a while this morning. He started when the play started. Initially, we had just 5 balls from Gordon. Then we had a half an hour break for the rain, and since then he has been bowling, and he has been in a groove. As a coach, would you continue with him since he's in the groove, or will you look up at the situation, look at your watch and see it's now 11:15? Should I give him a break?
At this stage, Dover Green being on song, Vinod, I will be tempted to have a discussion with him to find out exactly how he's feeling. And if he's opted, I will allow him possibly another 2.
So from the fine is Marquino Mindley, the man who took 24 wickets in the last season, at an average of 22.66 and a best of 5 for 65.
So this Jamaican Scorpions team, Vinod, they possessed a very potent, young, exciting fast bowlers.
You see that I'm particularly impressed with Gordon. Green has also done well this morning. At what age Jid Gooley started to come around South Zone? He would have made a South Zone under 13 at the age of 10, but I'm sure he would have been in and around before that. Tell us a bit about that, and it's coming through the system. This one takes the edge, and it is going to go down to third man. And to be fair, Gooley was well beaten there on that occasion by Mindley. Tell us a bit about that.
As is well known, Vinod, both Jed parents, because they were so passionate about the game, and Jed father, having knowledge of coaching, I would say at the age of 7, right, he started to bring him along, and you'll see them in the nets, the concrete nets, throwing some balls, giving some guidance, not over coaching, but just guiding him along. And from that moment on, he just blossomed. And today we are seeing the fruits of that hard work.
Well, that is very good. And speaking about that, I just want to say good morning. We just had him on the screen. He might not know that the president of the TCA. He was in conversation with Amar Samaru, and we picked him up. But he has come up to pay his respects. And I want to say good morning to him. We were just speaking about the wonderful T10 that he hosted, and of course we were part of that coverage. And to wish him all the best with the new season. You know, he has ascended to the position of vice president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and he has done a lot for the development of cricket. Not only in Tobago, he has partnered with Dr. Kishore Shallow, and there is an exchange program between Tobago and St. Vincent. Did you know that? Did you know that, Anil?
No, I wasn't aware of that, Vinod, but hearing of that development, I must say that that is something positive in terms of the growth of the sport and that inter-island connection. You know, where the cricketing landscape, you know, you want to continue its development.
Well, I'm sure he has a lot of exciting initiatives planned for Tobago. My last conversation with him was that he was going to hold some special meetings with certain individuals across there, and really looking to take the game forward. What I noticed in Tobago, though, I was just there recently as we were preparing for the Tiger Tanks under 20 football, and a lot more people are playing cricket in Tobago now. The youngsters are playing cricket, and that is a good sign.
Well, that's testimony of the amount of work that's going behind the scenes, Vinod, in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and and the president, and you know, all of those who are in management, ensuring that you know the game is grown, you know, continues to grow in Tobago.
Well, I know he manages well. I can tell you that from personal experience. When the 360 crew were across there to broadcast his T10 tournament, he ensured that we were well taken care of. And immediately, you must know a good man, immediately on us arriving there, we started to drive to Roxborough where he lives. And immediately he stopped to nourish the boys. You know where I'm coming from.
Say no more, Vinod.
On that note, we take a short break with the score at Nelson, 111 for 4. So we're back after that break, at drinks break at 11:20. Score is Nelson 111 for 4, and you would remember David Shepard hopping on one leg.
One of the greatest umpires to have graced the cricket field.
Mm-hmm. Also, Dickie Bird from England. So goalie's forward and just angling that one down to gully. So again, it is going a bit cloudy to the left of us.
So is it going to be that day where, we're going to be off and on, Vinod, with the weather changing ever so often?
Well, it seems so. You can hear the window whistling just on the window panes in front of us.
So a very seeded passage of play in terms of run scoring, Vinod. The Jamaican Scorpions bowlers have really tightened the screws on the batters.
I think what has happened here is the players understand the situation. They're playing situational cricket, which is so refreshing to see. Both teams are doing that. You will see the Red Force. They know just how important batting through this session is, and looking to tire the bowlers. Hopefully, they can make hay a little later on. The Jamaicans understand that they have only been able to post 141. They started well by winning the toss. You want to win the toss on this track because you want to prevent yourself from batting last and chasing anything significant. They understand now that they are on the back foot, having made just 141. So the bowlers have been very tight as the economy, as this one is edged away by Gooley. One bounce to gully, and Gooley coming forward, and you can see Gooley coming forward and angling the bat, looking to keep it down on the ground, and he has been doing that successfully against Derval Green, who has been exceptional this morning. So just an update from the Queen's Park Oval, where our second game is taking place. At this point in time, there's a rain delay, so the guys up there getting a bit of a break. The Windward Islands, this is good to see. They're still batting. They're 331 for 9, with Preston McSween 81 not out. The fast bowler Preston McSween, and that is of 88 deliveries. Lewis is on 30 of 92, and the last wicket partnership that continues to go is now 116.
Amazing.
Wonderful indeed by the Windward Islands. Good to see.
And it's good to see as well at the Briar Cricket Academy, both Jed Gooley and Karaya is really grinding the bowlers to the ground in terms of their patience and their application.
So far, we've seen Green this morning, 11 overs, 1 for 22. He has operated solely from the northern end. Minley, 10.5, 11 overs, 1 for 37. Gordon, 13 overs, 2 for 25. He has really impressed. Williams, 2 overs for 9. Harty, 5 overs for 6. And Merchant, 2 overs, 2 maiden.
So it's been tough going during this morning session. Only 13 runs have been added.
Well, this
session.
If you put things into perspective here, Anil, the partnership between these two might be just 7 runs, but they've occupied the crease for quite a while. 53 deliveries. So it shows that these men are putting a price on their wicket, which is so important, and it's something we have not been seeing regularly enough.
Well, it's an area that continues to draw the attention of the coaches at all levels of the game.
Well, Green today has been impressive. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. That is tremendous. And just to give you an update of what's happening across in Barbados, Barbadians are 73 for 2 in their innings, with Reefer on 11 and Carter on 8. So that's the third game at the Queen's Park, at the Kensington Oval, the mecca of regional cricket. So it'll be Minley to continue. Short delivery, that's not going to worry Jidguli at all. Minley does not really have the pace to hustle him. So short, he was just able to ride it.
So showing good technique on this occasion was Yannick Correa. You know, getting back and across and really riding that ball and playing it softly to that short leg fielder.
So we spoke about Jidguli's 128 right here, and we were told by Rudy that was his last innings at this venue. All of a sudden, the outfield is looking much brighter, so the clouds are probably dissipating. We're hoping for that. Rain in the north of Trinidad. This is south of the Caroni sunshine.
Yeah, we are blessed with good weather at this time, and I'm sure the bowlers, you know, would really be enjoying the weather as it is now. It's not too hot, it's just cool, and with the overcast conditions hovering around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it will definitely help with the seam and swing of the bowlers. But an excellent on drive by Yannick Correa on this occasion, just caresses that past the bowler and he gets a brace.
And that was met with tremendous applause by the fans. Runs have been at a premium this morning. That was met with tremendous applause. They really appreciated that double. It has given Rudy Ramisa some work to do as the scorer. The runs have been at a premium here this morning. So are you saying that those south of the Caroni are blessed with great sunshine this morning?
Very blessed, Vinod.
This time, goal. Oh, that's a cracking on drive for 4. Just coming forward, allowing that one to come on to him, and a mere push into the boundary for 4 from good old Creech. It's 117 now for 4.
Is it an occasion now where Minley is possibly getting a bit tired?
Well,
Vinod,
I find that strange because Minley came on to the attack as first change this morning. And it's not really hot out there. You know, yesterday afternoon I could have understood that with it being hot and humid. But that's not the case there at the moment. So probably just over pitching 2 deliveries. That he probably loved the shot that Correa played earlier on and wanted to see it again.
but really good execution of the on drive on both occasions from Yannick Correa.
Green continues his miserly spell.
And this one just pitches on about that fourth stump and just leaves Jed Gooley along that off stump corridor. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this occasion, Vinod, that he was leaving it alone.
Gooley played for that winning West Indies under-19 team back in 2016. That was the year that the West Indies won 3 world titles. And this is why West Indian teams and West Indian people could never be discounted. They've done things that is admired all around the world. And I've covered cricket all around the world, and I can tell you, West Indies cricket is still well respected, despite some indifferent results now. The legacy created by Sir Clive Lloyd and Sir Vivian Richards and others, it's really there, and it's alive and well. And you know, it's something that you have to feel out there to really understand. I mean, that West Indies unit, and on that year, in 1 year, it has never happened before, and it may never happen again, as this delivery has Gooley strain outside, inside the line, sorry, and it goes through to the keeper. You had in 1 year, 2016, the West Indies men team winning a World Cup, the West Indies women team winning a World Cup, and the West Indies under 19 team also winning a World Cup.
And that happened against the backdrop, Vinod, where all was written off where West Indies cricket was concerned.
Yes. And India has the opportunity this year to do that. They've won the under 19 World Cup that just finished here in the Caribbean. The Women's World Cup is coming up in 16 days' time. And then the Men's World Cup in Australia in October. So, India could do it. We wait and see.
Are you a betting man, Vinod?
I'm not a betting man.
I'll probably put a couple quid on India.
Doing it?
Yeah, doing it. Yeah, I'll probably gamble a couple quids.
Well, New Zealand women hammered the Indian women last night in a warm-up match. Well, not really a warm-up match, but in their bilateral series. And we wait to see. Remember, the next World Cup is being played in Australia. That's not easy. They may quicker favor West Indians than Indians.
Yeah,
down there.
And the reason why I would want to support that, Vinod, because the surface that you're going to get in Australia is going to be nice and bouncy. And as you know, the flair of West Indian batters, we love to throw the kitchen sink at it, especially when the bounce is consistent, Vinod.
Yeah, that's understandable, but sometimes one wishes that they hold restraint a little bit. We saw the last T20 World Cup where what was missing were singles in between the big shots, strike rotation, and that really crippled the West Indies at that World Cup. It's the end of the over here. It's 118 for 4. Karai's on 19 and 6 to Jid Gully.
Well, just taking you back to the recent series against England, you know, there were refreshing signs, if I may say so, in regards to the singles and, you know, the manner in which guys and them, it's not all out, you know, trying to blast, you know, all the bowlers over the boundaries. We have seen now where the guys are really, you know, adapting that measure of wanting to rotate the strike and get the rotation of the strike, you know, with the singles and the doubles, you know, with more aggressive running and proper planning.
I understand that strike rotation is so important. Millie's going to continue. And a goalie drives. And what a team dismissal. Jid Gully driving in the air. He basically pushed that to mid-off, and was it Merchant who takes the catch, and Gully goes. That was as soft a dismissal that you could find.
Well, I'm not taking anything away from Dover Green, but I want to believe on this occasion that ball stopped on Jed Gully because he was through the shot, Vidod, and the ball now arrived.
Gully, after being in there for quite a while, 6 of 36, so 118 for 5. And just when Gully and Karai were looking to push on was when he left. No, this is good to see. Isaiah Raja is going to go out there to bat, and it's good to see young Raja having the opportunity to come back after that injury. The left-handed batsman, man from East Trinidad. His dad, Anil Raja, played for Trinidad and Tobago. And everyone remembers that 141 Anil scored against Australia at Guacara Park in a warm-up game heading into a West Indies test match. So Raja comes in, it's 118 for 5.
So very good news for the Red Force team, with Isaiah Raja striding out to the middle.
Well, I was told that Raja's score at Guacara Park was an even 100. I was not there. That was in 1984. Rudy Ramesa was celebrating his 30th birthday, and he celebrated that day by going to the cricket, and Ani Raja gave him a gift of an even 100. So I stand corrected. Minley again.
And Isaiah Raja is greeted with a really good bouncer.
Raja is another batsman with very good temperament, and that is what is required here. I would really love to see Raja get going. Now, he has to be careful. There's an obvious trap for him. There's a deep backward square on the boundary, and fine leg is very wide. So, there's an obvious trap to get him to hook. Two slips, and a gully waits as well. Raja is right behind the line, and plays it back without fuss.
And I'm sure the Jamaican Scorpions management team and coaches will be very aware of the fact that because his finger was damaged while trying to take that catch, there will be some level of discomfort when he's batting, Vinod.
I don't think he'll go for the hook shot. Outside the off stump, a good judge of where his off stick is, and Raja allows this to go by. I tell you something, if Raja can stay out there for any length of time, it'll be a pleasure to see him bat.
Of course, Vinod, Isaiah Raja has been around the regional setup for quite a long time, and he has shown tremendous promise in the last couple of seasons. Unfortunately, the seasons have been truncated because of COVID-19.
It's a quick one down the leg side, though, ill-directed, so to speak, taken by the wicketkeeper. The score remains 118 for 5.
But showing good technique in getting out of the way with that bouncer following him into that body area. Getting inside the line on this occasion is Isaiah Raja. So Minley is really, really heating it up here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Pulling some really quick ones here.
This time Minley falls away as he delivers. It's the end of the over. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Short square leg position, and the score moves on to 119 for 5. That takes Karaya on to 20. Isaiah Raja, who is taking strike now, he's yet to get off the mark. And it's going to be Durval Green from the pavilion end. It's important that the Red Force does not lose too much wickets going into this lunchtime. Pitched up delivery on this occasion. On about that 4th, 5th stump line there, and Isaiah Raja just allows it to go into the wicket keeper. Allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. So it'll be very interesting if the Jamaican Scorpions were to strike, make a double strike in quick succession here, Vinod. Green from the pavilion end. And Raja get nicely into line here and just plays it away to that gully fielder there, who moves smartly to his left and collects. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will be looking for this pair to really motor them along over the mid-afternoon session and take them into a very commanding position if they are able to. But it's gripping cricket at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Jamaican Scorpion bowlers are really putting up a great fight here. They're giving nothing away. Run scoring is at a premium at the moment. It's a wicket that you have to really sit down and graph and just allow the bowlers to bowl to you. It's going to be mainly from the pavilion end. And a nice flowing drive on this occasion from Isaiah Raja. That will do his confidence the world of good on this occasion. Green runs away from the pavilion end. And Raja is stylishly into line. Plays it back to the bowler. At the end of the over, the score is 119 for 5 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Yannick Karai is on 20 not out from 88 deliveries. Isaiah Raja yet to score. So 49 overs have been completed in this Red Force innings thus far.
Well, the Jamaicans have really been holding things together nicely this morning, bowling very tight. I'm told that 16 overs have been bowled. 1 wicket has fallen for just 2 wickets fallen for just 21 runs. This time, is that a third? The umpire is unmoved. Karai is unmoved. The Jamaicans gather to celebrate and then walk away.
So very good delivery again from Minley on this occasion. That has possibly maybe a coat of paint away from the edge of the bat, Vinod, on this occasion. Beaten all ends up.
Delivery there by Minley's in the midst of a good spell, 2 for 43. Karai just opening the face of the bat on that occasion. He has been watchful this morning. Still remains very windy here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So I'm sure Minley, Vinod, will want to exceed that 24 wickets that he got in the last season, in the 2020 season.
Yeah, definitely. Minley will be looking to even better that and get back into that West Indies setup. He was in the training camp, and you'll want to push it further. He was taken to England when the West Indies Cricket Board basically had to send 2 teams for that tour, that very first tour, after COVID arrived.
And we must give kudos to the West Indies Cricket Board and the ECB as well, for taking the opportunity and being bold by staging that test series in England, Vinod.
Yeah, something had to give. Livelihoods were under threat, and the players were really depending on it. Not only the players, but all the stakeholders in and around cricket. And that tour, I thought, showed that cricket could be played in the midst of a pandemic. And kudos to all who came forward and put their hands up to make it happen. The English Cricket Board, Cricket West Indies, and the medical panel that represents both boards as well. They were critical. And of course the players, living in a bubble for such a long while.
And having read so much stories where these players, being part of that biosecure bubble, Vinod, it's really, really tough to say the least, because the constraints that they operate under, some of them, clearly not happy,
Well, it's taken a toll on them after such a long period from one bubble to the next. Raja, being watchful here, it's yet to get off the mark, having faced 11 deliveries, but I don't think that will be his bother. It's the end of the over. At the end of the over, we take a short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, and it's going to be Gordon from the northern end. Here he is, and just riding this one was Karaya on that occasion. Brings Raja back on strike. This is a tough little period here for Raja. He's yet to get off the mark with about 10 minutes to go to the lunch break here on the 2 of this match. Let me say good morning to Amar Samaru. Good morning, Amar. How are you?
Good morning to you, Mr. Vinod Mamchan. Thank you again for having me. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to do some commentary on this important match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions at Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Toruba, Marabella, South Trinidad. Thank you, sir.
Well, that was very comprehensive indeed. If anyone is looking to get into the ground, Amar, after that a bit of information, they can't get lost. It's going to be Gordon around the wicket now to bowl to Raja. A nice pleasant drive there. You'll feel good. Amar feeling that one onto the bat.
Middling it.
And you would have seen a lot of his father, Anil Raja, back in the day, playing for Trinidad and Tobago.
And scoring centuries.
Yes.
Anil Raja, together with Justice of Appeal Prakash Mosai, scored several centuries for Trinidad and Tobago at the regional level.
And of course, they also did well for Musai Sports on the domestic scene.
Won several national titles in days gone by.
that was everything was about cricket back in those times. You will well remember the battles that took place at Guadalajara Park in Pointe-a-Pierre. Those Mongdor 30 overs matches used to gather crowds in the vicinity of 5,000 and 6,000 at a very small venue.
Yes, in those days, people had this passion for the game. And in those days also, West Indies cricket were excelling throughout the world.
And that helps to get people through the turnstiles. I remember at Guadalajara Park, there were fans all along the boundary in the grass mound, the cycling mound. You had fans taking up every vantage position. And one of the clubs that dominated in that time was Wanderers Cricket Club. That sadly Wanderers Cricket Club is no longer.
Yes. It was a huge challenge at Guadalajara Park. Which posed sometimes a sort of danger to the fielders, running to retrieve balls along the boundary lines.
As I remember seeing fielders looking to retrieve balls and ended up in curry pots. It says Raja looking to drive, transferring his weight nicely onto the front foot. And the only thing I was wrong about that, he could not pace the offside field. So the latest score here is 121 for 5. They're still 20 runs behind the Scorpions. The Scorpions have fought back well in taking 5 wickets. This is going to be a low-scoring match, Amar. So every run counts.
Agree with you, sir. And one point can I raise with you, sir, is that this season there is no home and away matches in the regional tournament.
Yes, I know that. For instance, Guyana, they're in Trinidad at the moment. They're using here as their home venue, so to speak, for the first 2 matches. And they have taken up residence at the Queen's Park Oval. They're playing the Windward Islands at this point in time. They've taken an early lunch on day 2 with Preston McSween on 81, not out. And the Windwards are fighting back nicely. They've passed 300 with just 9 wickets down. Last wicket partnership unbroken of 116 between Preston and Lewis, and they're looking to push on nicely. And then next week Guyana plays the Leeward Islands there at the Queen's Park Oval as well.
Yes, sir. We'll make reference to that last wicket partnership. To my opinion is that it could be West Indian record for 10th wicket. It could be.
Well, this is why we have Rudy Ramisa here, so he will quickly get that information for you, and I'm sure he's going to get that before lunch, so you would enjoy taking that conversation back with you when you go to the Trinidad Bay Cricket Board hospitality suite, where
sir.
I normally find you.
Yes, sir. As we see, there's a change of bowling from the southern end with Mushant coming on.
Let's wait on the umpire on this occasion. Did Raja get off the mark? Nope. He's still there. That's a leg by. And Raja keeps flinching that left hand. It was the left hand that was injured yesterday.
Yes, so as we get ready for motion to continue.
I'm looking at Karaya, and he's really coming into his own now. And, he's batted throughout the morning period.
And he's playing very confidently and middling the ball with a bat.
So Karaya has scored 12 runs this morning off 51 deliveries. He's batted for the entire morning. Well, there was a half an hour break for rain, but he was on overnight he was the not out batsman on 11 with De Silva on 32. And he has now moved on to 24. He has done a job. He has faced 99 balls, Amar.
Yeah. He's playing with a lot of grit and determination. I think he's reading the status of the match. And to make your team proud, you have to be there in the middle. As we continue here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, with Karaya on 24 and Isaiah Raja still to get off the mark. The score is 124 for 5 wickets as we approach the luncheon interval shortly.
So it's going to be Nicholson Gordon from the northern end. He swapped ends now. That ball immediately keeping low. He got things going for the Jamaica Scorpions yesterday. 2 early wickets for Nicholson Gordon. 2 for 26 in 14. Impressive display from the fast bowler.
Very impressive display. And he's bowling at a good length, a good line. You know, most time attacking that 4th or 5th stump, if not the middle stump as in this case, where the ball is gently pushed on the leg side square there, resulting in 1 run.
So we continue to see good running from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen. Karaya leading the way.
Yes.
Isaiah Raja yet to get off the mark. Slow start for him.
Yes, after facing 17 balls, still waiting for his first run.
Is Gordon. Some short pulled away, and speaking about Raja getting off the mark, he gets off with a wonderful pull shot that raced along the ground here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. 4 runs to Isaiah Raja and the total of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
129 for 5 wickets in 52.3 overs.
Yes, that ball stood up to be hit there. Nicholson Gordon pulling it down, and Raja got on top of it nicely, swiveled. You can see immediately Raja has removed that left glove, and they are calling out the physio. So he's having some problems with that left hand that
Was injured yesterday morning.
It's really in some discomfort there, Isaiah Raja, and it seems as though he may be leaving the field. We'll have to wait and see. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force physio, he is coming out. So he's going to have a look at that left hand. Not good signs here for the young man, Isaiah Raja. You can see a grimace on his face there. And Karaya is with him, as every good teammate would be. He seems to be leaving the field, Amar.
It seems so. And it's a little bit of bad news for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because he's considered one of their premier batsmen.
Someone the Red Force team would have looked to really push on. But it seems to be that they are taking lunch now, the umpires, because we can see the Jamaica team, they are making their way off, and Yannick Karaya, he has followed Raja as well. So that's lunch here on day 2 of this, the game between the CWI West Indies Championship between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember yesterday, Jamaica Scorpions, they won the toss, elected to bat first, and they made 141 all out. Good to see Jermaine Blackwood's 44, Campbell's 25, Palmer 24, and Marquino Mindley's 22. Brian Charles, he had 6 for 48, and Jaden Seals 2 for 17. Imran Khan 1 for 11. Shannon Gabriel in there bowling 6 overs, no wickets for 23. In response, Red Force, of course, they are 129 for 5, and Joshua De Silva, the top scorer thus far for them. The pick of the bowlers, Nicholson Gordon, with 2 for 26. Yes, so here's the scorecard for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Keegan Simmons, he made 11. Imran Khan 9. Joshua De Silva, as I said before, 37 of 91 deliveries. Jason Mohammed 22. Yannick Ra, he's still there on 25. Isaiah Raja there on 4. And Jid Guli, he managed to make 6. 129 for 5 in that, 15 extras. The bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions. Marquino Mindley, he has bowled 14 overs, 2 wickets, 44 runs. Nicholson Gordon, 14.3 overs, 2 wickets, 31 runs. Derval Green, 1 wicket this morning for 24 runs in 14 overs. Alwyn Williams, 2 overs, 9 runs. Patrick Harty, 5 overs, 6 runs, no wickets. And Jamie Merchant, the off-spinner, bowling 3 overs, conceding some 2 runs. That's the situation here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll take a break for lunch and we'll be back shortly.
I'm Alzari Joseph. Let's take a look at my Instagram. This photo was taken in Trinidad 2014, where the West Indies under-19 participated in the regional Super 50. At that time, it was, something really exciting for me to play in that tournament. That was my first time playing in the Super 50. At the time, it was Maya, Shandapal, Shamar Springer. I think at the time we had Amir Django as well. It was basically a group that's been training together for a number of years leading up to the World Cup. Unfortunately, in a training session after the first game, I had a slight side strain that didn't really allow me to play the rest matches, but through rain, there wasn't really much matches being played after that. Australia came to Antigua for a training camp before the series against West Indies, and I got a chance to bowl to quite a few guys that are really special players, but he's one of them that I always looked up to as a player. So it was really, a good opportunity for me to get a chance to bowl at him and see where I was at as a player at that time. My West Indian heroes growing up were people like Kemar Roach, obviously my coach and mentor, Winston Benjamin. So, those guys were basically the two I looked up to. This was 2016 when we were heading to the World Cup. We had a series before the World Cup, leading up to the World Cup. We played against Bangladesh in 3 ODIs. Slightly different haircut, a lot more hair at the time. Again, a lot of excitement just being able to go to Bangladesh and represent the West Indies. At the time, we didn't really see it as a job or a career. It was just about having fun and representing the West Indies. This was a long time ago. It's one of my first tattoos. It's my mom's name. I got that just after finishing high school. It's just been there for a while. It's something really significant to me.
Clean him up. That's the response from Alzari Joseph. That's the reason he's been given the new ball.
She was always encouraging. She always wanted me to go out and do my best and most importantly, enjoy it. She always told me that, at the end of the day, it's what makes me happy. So she wanted me to go out and have fun. Something she always tried to instill in us was discipline and respect, Make sure you're disciplined, always on time, always dressed well, and also respect everyone around you. This is the big man now, not so little anymore. That's my son, Jezari. His mother at the time told me she was pregnant. It was really an exciting moment for me. And then to see him come and have the kind of personality he has now, it's so much different from when he was a baby. Looking down on him and seeing myself and just being able to watch him grow as a young man, still a young man, well, still kind of a baby. Has to be a big brother now, but still want to be the baby.
Alzari Joseph is not impressed. Brilliant bowling, top-class execution.
Last night I had a conversation with him and he let me know he saw me on TV and he was trying to call me, but he couldn't get me because I didn't have my phone. But it's really proud, being a parent. It gets tough, being away from them for such a long period of time, but it's, what we have to do as parents. This was, just during the pandemic where there was no cricket being played, and then we got the chance to go to the UK to play England in some test matches. Obviously excited to be back out playing cricket again after such a long break. I saw it as another opportunity to, go back out and show my skill and put up my best foot forward. First experience in a bubble, a lot different. You have to stay inside, you have to eat inside, you can't go out to get dinner. You can't go out just, to get a different, change of scenery. All in all, it's what needed to be done in the time. For me, I'd like to become one of the best fast bowlers in world cricket, not just the Caribbean, but world cricket on a whole. So for me, it's just about improving game by game, month by month, year by year, to becoming, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world. I got the opportunity to go to the UK and represent Worcester in some 4-day games. It was really good fun. Met some really great guys that we still have connections to this day. So for me, I think that was another important step in my career as a cricketer. You know, going into those conditions, it was pretty cold. It even got down to like 4 degrees at one point. So it's challenging, but I really had a good time. Being in those conditions for the first time, I wouldn't.
Well, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's post-lunch here now. And lunch was taken about 5 minutes earlier than normal. As Isaiah Raja, he was in some discomfort after having struck a ball for 4. And Nicholson Gordon, he's operating from the northern end. He's continuing his 15th over. What is the 53rd over of the innings? Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are 129 for 5. Raja, he got off the mark with that boundary that he struck to that vacant mid-wicket fence. Actually, there's protection out there now. So I welcome Anil Lakan. Good afternoon, Anil.
Pleasant good afternoon, Vishal. Overcast conditions has greeted us at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, for the second time today, we are seeing some dark clouds just around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That completes the 53rd over, and there are the dark clouds just to the eastern side of the ground, just to the left of us here. And there is normally where the rain comes from here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So not good signs for the fans who are here and for the players out there in the middle. Not for any cricket fan that are looking on at this time. And Windies Cricket, bringing this coverage to you live wherever you may be looking at us from. And in the meantime, you can see Karaya is getting back warm after having a sumptuous lunch. Anil, it's going to be Jamie Merchant from the far end.
So a very important passage of play, Vishal, because both these players have to reset themselves at the start of the second session.
Yeah, and those 2 wickets as well. What do you make of the position of the Red Force team at this time after this delivery though? Stifled appeal, Merchant hands in the air. Umpire Danish Ramdani nods in denial.
And that's the man who matters most when it comes to the adjudication.
Yes, not just umpire Danish, but any umpire. There's Merchant, the tall Jamie Merchant. This time of delivery taking the inner half of the bat. And Kara, quick single. Good backing up there by Isaiah Raja. Good signs though for Red Force as well. Raja coming back out to the middle after experiencing some difficulty before the luncheon interval was taken.
Well, having gotten that injury on the pinky finger of Vishal, which is his top hand, it's obvious that that jarring of the ball onto the bat, will create some discomfort for Isaiah Raja. But he's the kind of player who will guts it out, Vishal. He's what I would refer to as a tough cookie.
Yes. Merchant at this time. That last delivery was a bit too wide to encourage Isaiah Raja. You need to be a bit closer as we see the ground staff. They're making their way. A loud appeal for leg before. And I think that is impact outside the line of the off stump. And umpire Danish Ramdani again says not out. Your thoughts on that decision, Anil?
Well, from my vantage point, it's clear that ball he was stuck. He was struck outside the line of the off stump, and once he's playing a shot, Vishal, he will not be given out, or he should not be given out. LBW.
Yes, definitely so. And the rain seems to be drizzling a bit here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here's Merchant. He's delivering from a very high position. This one worked away nicely by Raja.
Yeah, so a lot of risk involved in this shot in terms of how Raja played it. You know, wait until the last moment and just use his wrist and work it into that vacant square leg region.
I think Raja and Kara are two perfect men for the position and that the Red Force is in at the moment. Two perfect players. I think Raja with his... He's not attacking, but what he has is good balance of attacking stroke play and measure as well. He has the ability to play sensibly, you know, and occupy the crease. Kara, he's someone of similar style to Isaiah Raja, so I think they can complement each other very well.
Yeah, Yannick Correa is a man for the crisis. So, match summary, first innings, Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat first. They posted a score of 141 all out. Jermaine Blackwood, he scored 44 from 72 deliveries. John Campbell got 25 for 64 deliveries.
And that's all we are going to get because the rains have joined us again here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We were speaking about those dark clouds hovering across the ground, and now the rains have came. And Shakil the Barrel John just showing us a beautiful shot of the groundsmen bringing out the covers and moving in their normal pace, Anil, as we... So that's the situation now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The rain offering up some more challenge here for the players.
Well, it's very challenging for the batsmen, to say the least, Vishal, because every time they come on and they have to they come off and they have to go back on, it means to say they've got to reset and switch back on when play resumes.
Yes, and it seems to be the white rain that Vinod Mamchan likes to call the anti-man rain, as he said. It's called in Guyana. So with the rains here with us, we'll take a break, and as soon as we have good news for you at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we'll be back.
We have the absolute pleasure of joining Craig Brathwaite, the 37th West Indies Test captain, for a chat, a casual chat. First of all, welcome, Craig. We know of your exploit on the field of play. We want to get into your mind and to understand Craig Brathwaite properly. How would you describe and define your personality?
I mean, cool and chill, to be honest. I don't think it really would get away from that. Pretty much the same, you know, on the field and off, to be honest.
Now, in terms of your growing up in Barbados, it's well documented what you've achieved on the field of play, but who would you say are your greatest influences in terms of getting you involved in cricket and shaping you as a person?
Well, first I would say my dad. You know, from a young age, you know, watched him play cricket, and obviously he inspired me to want to play. And obviously he always encouraged me in terms of doing schoolwork, and you know, because any day, you know, cricket obviously is to a certain age. So for sure, he was, you know, one of the main, you know, influential people. And you know, my grandparents, you know, they were always there for me. And to be honest, like my aunts and uncles, they support me a lot cricket-wise. You know, they're all the games in Barbados, so that helped a lot. You know, from primary school coming up, you know, having that support, you know, was pretty good.
You've taken on the role as captain for the West Indies in Test match cricket.
Yeah.
When you were offered that role, were you scared? What are your emotions like?
I won't say I was scared. I think I played, you know, over 60, you know, Test matches and a lot of first-class games, and you know, went through a lot of different experiences, saw a lot of different stuff. So I think, you know, I was pretty much looking forward to it. I know it wouldn't be an easy role, but I just think the different, you know, experiences I went through, you know, seeing situations of games, I learned a lot from them, and I think I'm in a very good, I won't say the perfect position, but I think I'm in a very good position, you know, to do well, you know, as a leader.
Well, you look quite relaxed. I mean, you've taken on the role as captain, you're in very good form as a batsman. Apart from the environment around cricket, what do you do for relaxation? How do you relax?
Well, you know, I love horses, thoroughbred race horses. So pretty much when I'm home, I'll be at the garrison, you know, watching them exercise on mornings. And then I have some mirrors, you know, by my house that, you know, just go there and relax. I'm pretty much, obviously friends, you know, you know, obviously would chill a lot with friends, but you know, I love horses, so that would take my mind away.
Tell us, I mean, why horses? What got you into that love and admiration for horses?
Well, my father, again, because he used to go horse racing, so he used to take me. And I actually wanted to be a jockey, you know, to be honest. I have a friend who used to, you know, we used to ramble every Saturday, Kyle Carter. You know, he's currently a jockey now. But then obviously cricket took over when I was like 10 years old, playing on Saturdays, so I couldn't go to races anymore. And then, you know, cricket took over. But my father used to take me every Saturday, and I mean, just seeing a horse run and hearing the paw and stuff is amazing. So it's pretty much from my father taking me is where I would have got, you know, the love for the sport.
Right. So we're now getting into Craig Brathwaite. You mentioned earlier that a lot about captaincy has to do with off the field and things that you do off the field. Well, I heard from good sources that there was an instance in England that you bought a remote control mouse and you scared all your teammates.
Yeah.
Are you a bit of a prankster?
Well, yeah. I mean, up to yesterday, I was in my room, so I had some like pops, like when you throw it on my ground. So I was jumping a lot of guys. They didn't know who was throwing it. You know, so yeah. I mean, I like a lot of foolishness. I have a mask here that I bought from England that I pretty much looked.
What type of mask it is? Tell me, is it Dracula or?
Yeah, it's something down that line. Like he has one eye though, but. So we're gonna use that on some of the guys, probably at night time sometime. Right. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of foolishness, to be honest.
Oh God, there's a different side of Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, for sure, no doubts.
So let's get a little bit into your preparation for international cricket. Morning of a test match, what's Craig Brathwaite actively doing?
Maybe when you get this close, you know, for me, it's not about like, you know, the work and the amount. For me, just to get my mind in the right place. So I do a lot of visualization. So like day before especially, and then like during the match, like every morning I will pretty much, you know, go on the pitch and visualize things that I would like to do, you know, as a plan, you know, for different bowlers. So, you know, when I go there and I obviously visualize different stuff, pretty much want to take that into the game. Because, I mean, test cricket, especially opening, is just mental, you know, toughness, you know, feeling for long periods and bat, facing new ball, you know. So
5 overs at the end of a day's play.
It's just mentally tough. So, yeah, just for me, just visualize, you know, different stuff I want to do, you know, in different situations and times of the game.
Final question. You eyeing up a long home series. You have South Africa before you, then Pakistan will come here for test matches. A pulse as to where the West Indies team is at for those challenges?
I think we're in a good place. I think preparation was good once again, you know, for this series. And, you know, for me, it's all about just like attitude. You know, test cricket, whether for bowler or batsman, you know, it's never easy. I think, you know, once you prepare well, you put yourself in a very good position, you know, to do well. And I think as a team, you know, we're taking it serious. Not that we weren't taking it serious before, but I think the guys prepared very well. You see some guys in the nets, you know, doing different stuff, which is good, you know. So I think once we continue to do things like that, you know, and preparing well and having the right attitude at practice, you know, not that in the game you will have your attitude, but I think it starts at practice, you know, and you take that into the game, you know, whether you imagine you're facing whoever you're going to come up against or a spinner or whatever it may be. And I think the guys doing a really good job of that, and it's just to continue that. You know, I think once we continue having the right attitude at practice, I think that will go into the game. You know, not saying, you know, you will win every session of a game and stuff, but I think that puts you in a very good position as a team, you know, to do well with a, you know, good mindset at practice.
Well, Craig, I mean, we've come to the end, and you know, thanks very much for sharing your time and for opening up and giving us a little more about Craig Brathwaite.
No problem, man.
West Indies 37 Test captain, the man himself, Craig Brathwaite.
Brav, thanks for joining us. Lovely to chat with you as always. First of all, settle into Antigua nicely?
Yeah, finally I'm here. It's been a while since I come to Antigua. You know, it's always good to come here. Every island actually, but you know, Antigua is always nice.
You're here mentoring some of the young players from all the regions. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, thanks to CWI for giving me the opportunity to be involved in West Indies cricket again. West Indies cricket is very close to my heart. It's important for seniors like myself, for us to give back our knowledge and pass on our experience to the younger players. The more we can do that, is the better. But yeah, it's good to be around and being able to talk to different teams in the different islands.
Take you back to 2002, 2003 when you started your list A career. Would you have thought you would have got to the heights you soared to, World Cup winner, etc., etc.?
No, I never envisioned it. Obviously, I keep saying if someone said that to me 20 years ago, this is what your career going to look like, I would say no chance. You know, Brian Lara is my hero, and I remember saying to my parents that I wanted to be the next Lara. I never thought that would have been possible because, you know, one, I'm a right-hander. But yeah, cricket is every kid's dream in the Caribbean. It's the only team that unify us as a people, as a Caribbean people. So to represent the West Indies team is when you feel like, yeah, you really make it as a professional cricketer. And then I'm happy with my achievements. Obviously, there can be times where I think that I could have achieved more. And then it could have been on the flip side where it could have been worse. So I'm happy.
What about playing for TNT? We see the guys on the beach here. They seem like the best bunch of friends. Is there a real unity within TNT cricket going back to when you were playing?
Someone who has to take a lot of credit for this bunch of guys is Darren Ganga. He was our senior player. He was our captain. He laid a foundation that no matter who come and take over and represent Trinidad and Tobago, there's a certain structure and a certain standard you have to follow. So there's no jealousy, there's no envy. All about trying to win cricket games for our country, and we pride ourselves on being the best white ball cricketing team in the region, and you know that's our motive.
Super 50, there's some really good young talent coming through. Has anyone particularly impressed you?
The Caribbean never lack talent. You know, we all have talent, everyone have talent. But it's your attitude to enhance that talent is what will make the difference. And as a player myself, I believe that to be a cricketer is one thing, but you have to have that self-pride.
So as a mentor, is it more what you do off the park with the players as opposed to preparation and, you know, the mindset as opposed to technical?
Yeah, because players at a first-class level, they don't want to interfere with the game too much, especially the technique. But I'm a strong believer in a mind game. If you can understand the game, read the game, it will also help you technically.
Pollard and Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo here, giving his guidance on some of the young bowlers coming through, must be wonderful.
For me, I just want to speak to bowlers, get to find out about their thinking, how they go about when they're under pressure, hear what they've come up with, and then maybe I could add some stuff. But technical-wise, I can't tell someone whether to bowl side down or get. I'm not going to do that. But just more talk about the game, think the game. If you analyze the game, when you're not playing, you try to watch the game. So those things is all part of learning and developing.
Brilliant. Ross, you're a top man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up and over from Andrea Fletcher. No, will go into the boundary. Kimani Milias, beg your pardon. Positivity from the young man. Big shot for MW. He's given him on the back foot. Andrea Fletcher. Not a difficult decision, you would think, for the umpire. Bowling to two right-handers as well will help. But confidence from Sunil Ambrose. Drilled away through the offside. Goes all the way for 4. So a good start for Captain Ambrose. Drilled down the ground from Sunil Ambrose. Over pitching Ravi Rampal. But Ambrose confident from that first innings knock. Down to fine leg. Will get to the boundary. So just a little bit too straight there from Ravi Rampal, erring in line and being punished. Clicked away through the one side once again from Sunil Ambrose. And will go all the way So 2 boundaries in the over.
Chopped away nicely. Short and wide. It's a big boundary. Might just trickle in. It does trickle in. A laboured chase by Sunil Narayan.
Beautiful shot. Captain Sunil Ambris. Full and wide from Philip. Slapped away through extra cover for 4.
Played on. Well, eventually he gets his man, Anderson Phillip. He just has a knack for taking wickets. Second wicket down. Gone. Wicket number 3, the second one for Anderson Phillip. Went straight into the hands of Jason Mohammed. Stout will be surely disappointed.
Try to take the initiative away from the red force. Good shot. Good shot. That was a pleasant, well-executed shot. Timing was superb.
Use of the feet. He was nowhere close to that one. There was premeditation. And he's virtually gifted another wicket to the red force.
A wicket for Jason Mohammed, the part-timer. A success again for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Ah, brilliant. Ah, that's very clever. Very deliberate. Excellent execution. Thought I gave him a bit of pace on that time and gave him a bit of width, and he was good enough.
Swept away for 4. Very good intention shown by the captain of the Volcanoes, Ambris. Moves on to 44 now. Sweetly driven. Should go into the boundary line, and he will celebrate his half century. Consistency with the bat from the captain. Again, had the presence of mind to know that the pace is not very fast from Jason Mohammed, and the length was short.
Great shot. Really, really top quality shot. Ah, that's brilliant. It's probably shot of the day. It wasn't a half volley at all. Well, that's close. Yeah, very close. Very, very close, in fact. Gone.
And that man, Philip, again. Getting his 3rd wicket. He has bowled well throughout this spell.
Down the leg side is gone. You can say he's been strangled by Jason Mohammed. John, thinking of tickling it, would have been a wide. I guess when he looks back at the replay, he won't be a happy chapter for this one.
Taken, oh my God. What brilliance we've seen from Karen Pollard. It was struck firmly, and he juggled it a couple times before holding on. Edward can't believe it. Let's assess how he goes now.
It's an important part of the game for him, that's 4 runs.
In the air, will it be taken? And it settles under it. Completes the catch quite easily in the end. Another wicket for Jason Mohammed. He's been really good throughout this innings, Mohammed. Katoy on 47. Will that be his first list day half century? Will it get to the boundary? It does. So an excellent bit of rear guard action here from the Volcanoes batsman Kieran Katoy. He brings up his first list day half century. Mohammed into his final over, smashed over wide of long off. Too much air, too much width, and too easy for Kieran Katoy.
We've seen throughout this innings that he favors the offside.
Pull away. Protection in the deep. Can't get there. A boundary, a welcome boundary here for the Volcanoes. Kieran Katoy. 7 boundaries, moves to 71.
What is that? Oh, he's caught behind. Cotton not looking too happy here, Samuel Badri. He tried a scoop shot. Not looking happy at all, but a dreaded finger was raised and he's gone caught behind by Dinesh Ramdin.
Chance for Ronald. Direct hit needed. Yes! Might have just gotten back in. And they want to go and check. Not out, I'll say. Confirmation coming up here. Yes, brilliant. Yeah, out. I can understand that. And that brings to an end the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. In the end, a direct hit
Well, good news at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We're all set and ready to go. The rains have subsided. There are still some grey clouds around. The rains have left us and we are ready for some more cricket action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jamaica Scorpions, of course, in this game, the West Indies Championship. The first round taking place, one of 3 matches. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss yesterday and electing to bat first, amassing 141 runs. Good to see some good batting from Jermaine Blackwood, 44, and John Campbell, 25. That's about it for the Jamaica Scorpions. Brian Charles leading the way for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 6 for 48. Jaden Seals 2 wickets, and Imran Khan 1. At the moment, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are going along nicely, I would say. 131 for 5, despite losing quick wickets in patches. 54 overs have been bowled. Yannick Carrier is there on 26 of 104 deliveries, and that tells you its story on its own. He's been there for quite a while. He's been patient. Isaiah Raja, he's battled hard. He is on 5 of 24 deliveries. As I welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Vishal. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listening and viewing audience, wherever you may be. It's good news at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The game is about to restart.
It's going to be Nicholson Gordon from the northern end here at the academy. This time a delivery wide outside the off stump. So Raja leaves it alone into the gloves of Morris. And the drainage have always been exceptional here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. There's never a problem with that, Anil.
Excellent facility at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And as you said before, Vishal, once the rain subsides, it's only a matter of time when we go back onto the park.
Yes, and on the park the players are. Gordon is running away, driven away through the offside. That's going to be 4. Excellent shot there by Isaiah Raja, pacing that cover field.
Yeah, full pitch delivery from Gordon on this occasion, and Isaiah Raja just leant into this one and caressed it through that extra cover region, and it races away to the boundary for 4. Yes. So confident start for Isaiah Raja, and you know this young man is pure class. When you look at him, the way he executes, Vishal.
Yeah, and what he is doing well in this innings is that he is putting away the bad deliveries that are presented. He's occupied the crease, and what he is able to do well was that. This time pulling hard. Will he bisect those 2 fielders? No, but he'll pick up 2 easy runs in the end. Excellent running there, Anil.
Aggressive running, may I say, on this occasion, Vishal. But on this occasion, Gordon was just guilty of hitting that one into the pitch. But Isaiah Raja was equal to the task, just swiveling onto his back foot and depositing that ball between that man at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and backward square, and it results in 2 runs.
Well, what happened there was that Gordon, he had to adjust his line and his length after pitching up that ball that was driven through the offside. And in attempting to do this, straight in line and length, and Raja was able to put it away. Unluckily, though, he did not pace the gap.
So the score being 137 for 5, Red Force, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is only 4 runs in arrears at this stage.
Yes, 2 slips and a gully in position for Gordon. This one just pitching and moving away. What you'd want to do is land those deliveries on above that off stump line, Anil, because he's getting the ball to move away. You want to get the ball up, but at the same time, you don't want to over-pitch those deliveries, and you don't want to bowl too short as well. You want to bowl just about in that corridor of uncertainty, because the ball has a tendency on this wicket, as we have seen, to keep low. Inconsistency in bounce. But here's Gordon. This time again, wide outside the off stump. That's not going to interest Isaiah Raja.
And this one was pitched just on that 5th stump region. And Isaiah Raja is showing really good temperament in terms of leaving these deliveries outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, as I mentioned, the field, 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, deep mid-wicket, wide-ish fine leg, and a short mid-on, a very wide short mid-on. That completes the over. At the end of 55, the score 137 for 5.
Yannick Karai is on 26, and Isaiah Raja is really looking good on 11 not out.
Yeah, well, the Jamaica Scorpions, they want to continue to make things happen. I think we may see very shortly the introduction of Patrick Harthy. Although there are 2 left-handers in the middle and Jimmy Merchant, he's going to come from the far end. I think we could see Patrick Harthy very shortly.
Well, on the resumption, Vishal, I'm sure John Campbell, will be asking his bowlers for a good effort during this session to try and pry out as much wickets as possible to reduce any lead that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be really looking to drive home the advantage.
Yes, and you can see Morris just skipping to his right, getting himself warm amid the cold breeze that is blowing across the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. But here's Jimmy Merchant, the tall off spinner, looking to cut that one there. Karai. It was fired in, a flat delivery.
And on this occasion, that delivery was too close to the off stump to be executing that cut shot.
A bit too close for comfort. Here's Merchant. Passes umpire Danish Ramdani. Time cutting nicely. Backward of point, and that's 4. 4 to Yannick Correa, and he moves up to 30. The score moves up to 141 for 5.
So on this occasion, Jimmy Merchant was guilty of bowling short and wide, and Yannick Correa pierced that backward point region with precision, and it raced away towards the boundary. So at the moment, the scores are even, with the Jamaican Scorpions scoring 141, and the score now, the Red Force 141 for 5 wickets.
Time well pitched up by Merchant, and Correa solidly forward behind that. And what this sort of innings, or this start of an innings, does for a guy like Correa is that it only instills luxury as he gets further into the innings. He plays more freely.
Well, he's definitely done the hard work during the course of that morning session, and it has been challenging for the batsmen because they've had stop starts, they've had to go off, come on, and every time that happens, they got to reset themselves mentally.
And what you don't want to see now, Anila, I know you can speak about this as Correa is driving. You've been in and around the Red Force setup, and you could speak about this. The inability of some of these batsmen to carry on when they have starts to their names.
Well, it's a problem that, exists around the region, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's something that, is gaining the attention every time guys go to bat.
Yeah, we've seen it in West Indies cricket as well, at the international level. And as we see, the 56th over has been completed, 141 for 5. Merchant came back well in that over after being struck for 4 on the second ball. And here is the batting card for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Keegan Simmons and Imran Khan opening up the batting, 11 and 9 respectively. Those were the 2 first wickets for Gordon. Joshua De Silva came in. He had a nice partnership with Yannick Correa, but De Silva fell. 37 of 91 deliveries. Jason Mohammed 22. Yannick Correa is there on 26. Jid Gully 6. And Isaiah Raja, he is there on 11.
So the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Vishal, will be really looking for these young, exciting players to really continue and build a partnership that, will allow them the luxury to control the game.
Yes, and what a shot here by Raja. Driven back down the ground. That's 4 more. So Raja is dealing in boundaries here today, Anil.
Well, I must tell you, really proper execution from Isaiah Raja on this occasion. He just leaned forward and caressed it past Gordon on this occasion, and it raced away into that long off position.
Presenting a full face of the bat there, Isaiah Raja. Telling Gordon, hey, this is the maker of my bat.
And, he just continues to ooze with confidence as he continues his vigil out in the middle, Vishal.
Here's Jordan. Let's see how he responds. This one on the line of the leg stump, tucked away nicely. Just forward of square leg, and Raja picks up a single. So smart batting by the young man.
Intelligent batting by Isaiah Raja. Giving himself an opportunity to really get the pace of the pitch. And now, he's really cashing in on any deliveries that, he could seize an opportunity to score.
Yes, and we are going to see a different approach now from Nicholson Gordon, as opposed to what he was doing against the other left-hander in Isaiah Raja. He's going to come over the wicket now to Karaya.
And immediately we have seen one of the slip fielders disappearing, Vishal.
Yeah.
So John Campbell, with the score being 146 for 5, he has had to make that field adjustment because he does not want to be giving away scoring opportunities.
The offside field is packed. Time delivery wide, and Karaya not playing at it. And you see the ground staff just making their way to the covers again. So a lot of things happening in the covers. Captain Campbell packing the covers on one end and ground staff moving to the covers on the other.
So it's clear that Gordon is going to be pitching this ball between outside that line of the off stump, 4th or 5th stump line, Vishal, and be asking Karaya, an excellent running on this occasion, but a good bit of footballing skills from Gordon as well. Keeping these guys and them on their toes, but excellent rotation of the strike from both these players.
Yes, Gordon, just footwork not the best on that occasion there. And good quick single taken. That has been the hallmark of this innings from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, showing their urgency within the crease.
And we talk about communication, and that was a perfect example of what good communication that exists between two players that understand each other.
Now Gordon is going to remain over the wicket now to Raja. So let's see. He has realized that Raja has been quite comfortable with those deliveries that are coming into him. He's going to try something different. He's going to angle the ball away, and that delivery a bit too wide.
So what Gordon will be attempting to execute, Vishal, he would be asking both Karaya and Isaiah Raja to play away from their body, pitching the ball just on that 4th or 5th stump line, angling it across them.
Yeah, and as we speak, groundsman just holding the cover. Here's Gordon. Looking to leave that one in the end, taking the inner half of the bat, and it's going to be 4. Is it? Yes, I believe that could be 4. Anil.
Well, we'll have to really get a second look at that, but it seems like the fielder down there had made a really excellent save on this occasion, and it resulted in 2 runs.
Well, it's not a boundary. It has not been given a 4. So, at the end of 57, the Red Force team, they are just 1 run shy of 150. They are 149 for 5. Karaya, he is still there on 31.
So from a batting perspective, Vishal, that magical figure of 150 will be their first target for the Red Force.
Well, they would have to wait on that. They would have to wait on that first target of 150, as we are met by rain once more here. So with the announcement of fans being able to come into the stands, I think the rain has accepted that invitation as well, and it's making its presence felt here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. So the covers are out there, and that's what we have for you at the moment. Remember, we got back cricket at around 1:45 p.m. and only just about 16 minutes of play that we have had since then. And the umpire, his umbrella seems to be done and dusted, Anil. But that's the situation here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 149 for 5. Yannick Karai on 31. Isaiah Raja on 18. As soon as we have good news for you here at the Academy, we will be right back. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for coverage of this West Indies Championship match. Round 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on the Jamaica Scorpions. And the rain has subsided once more and we are ready to go. And of course, new stipulations here. Early tea was taken at 2:28 p.m. Of course, we got started back at 10 to 3, and of course we are going till 6 p.m. this afternoon, Anil, and of course on both days, day 3 and day 4 will now begin at 9:30. As I welcome back Anil Lakan to the commentary booth.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Vishal. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listening and viewing audience wherever you may be around the globe. It's great news at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We are seeing Jamie Merchant wheeling away at Yannick Correa. The score is 149 for 5.
Of course, this one worked away there by Correa. He'll pick up a single, quick single. Yes, Jamie Merchant operating from the far end. He's into his 6th over. 9 runs conceded. He's been very tidy with the off spinner, the tall off spinner from Jamaica.
And from a batting perspective, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, would have ticked the first box, which is that 150 run mark.
Yes, despite this game being a low-scoring one thus far, we've seen a good battle with both a bat and ball. Here's Merchant from the far end. This one, pitching and turning. Raja getting nicely behind it. He's rehearsing a leave now. That completes the over, it seems. 150 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yannick Correa battled hard and he's there on 32 of 116 deliveries.
And it just shows the character of this young man, Yannick Correa. He's known in the local, as the wall, the local wall himself.
Yeah, Mr. Dependable. Of course, he's known as the wall. I like to call him Mr. Dependable. Every time I see Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in a situation where they are losing wickets, there's always one man who's there that these wickets are falling around. It's Yannick Correa.
So I'm sure during the break, the coaches, Mr. Furlong, would have had lengthy discussions as to how they want to approach the rest of this innings in terms of what the passport they would like to put on.
Yes, and thus far, Correa and Raja rebuilding the innings, so to speak. Here's Derival Green from the northern end. A shortish delivery there, just short of a good length on the body of Yannick Correa. That was played away onto the onside, no run. One slip, a gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a short leg.
So it's clear that John Campbell has definitely gone on the defensive. Vishal.
Yes, he has. Be interesting to see how Derival Green operates now from the northern end. Here he is again. This time a full pitch delivery, but what he has done well on those 2 deliveries is that he's kept them on the line of the stumps.
Well, on this occasion, you could see Yannick Correa is trying to skillfully break his wrist and tap that ball into the onside so he could have rotation. So it's really cat and mouse, as we speak.
Yeah, well, Yannick Correa, that's something that we've seen in this innings of his. Though it was one of great determination and patience, we've seen him look for runs. He's been able to, this time Green, a wideish delivery that's not going to interest Yannick Correa at all. He lefts it alone into the gloves of Morris. No run. 15th over for Derival Green. He's picked up 1 wicket, that of Josh De Silva this morning. He got things going for the Jamaica Scorpions on day 2. Derival Green, a short, skiddy character.
Yeah, he's the kind of bowler that has that ability to produce that very quick delivery, that surprise delivery
Time crashed away through the offside. That's going to be 4. A lovely looking shot there from Yannick Correa.
So short and wide from Durval Green on this occasion, and Yannick Correa climbed into that and caressed that through that cover reach, and it races away to the cover boundary. So an excellent shot here from Yannick Correa, and he's only just growing in confidence by every delivery that's bowled to him.
Yes, riding the bounce nicely there, Yannick Correa. That one was wide. It was just a bit short, and we are just speaking about him being able to put away those loose deliveries from the Jamaican Scorpions bowlers, and there he was doing so. Here he is again. Let's see how Green responds. This time a full pitch delivery, driven back down the ground. That will be 4 more, or is it? Let's see. That's well held in there. Nicholson Gordon, the man doing the work down there.
So pitched up delivery from Durval Green, and Yannick Correa just caressed this pass at the middle of a fielder, and it resulted into 2 runs. So Yannick Correa has definitely changed gears at the resumption after tea.
Yeah, well, I think he may look to do this now. We are seeing it from him. But those were 2 deliveries that Yannick Correa might have felt that he would have been in business. That last delivery, though, he did not make contact as he would have liked. This one, a short delivery, and Correa leaving it alone into the gloves of Morris. That completes 59 overs. The score 156 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 15.
So I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, Vishal, they will want to bat this entire day, the rest of the day's play, and come back tomorrow possibly for another session and really put their hands up where this game is concerned.
Yes, well, this passage of play will be important here. Final session of play, Anil. Here's Merchant. The line of the leg stump. There's protection there at mid-wicket.
And Coach Furlong has made it abundantly clear. He has said to his batters that he would like between 325 to 350 when batting.
Well, they need a solid performance from these 2, given the start that they've had. Driving to Campbell at cover, no run.
So Isaiah Raja on this occasion stylishly punching away to that extra cover region.
Anything that Raja does seems to be stylish. It could be a defensive stroke, it could be an attacking shot. This one bouncing and turning, and is going down to that 3rd man boundary, and just hauled in by Jermaine Blackwood. You know how quick he can be across the carpet, and that's 2 runs to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Has it been edged?
No, it's 2 byes. It has eluded the keeper on this occasion. So turn and bounce on this occasion, and it eluded both the wicketkeeper Morris and the first slip in Jermaine Blackwood.
Well, we heard Vinod Mamchan mentioned yesterday that there are some cracks on the surface, and you would expect those sort of deliveries, Anil. Here's Merchant again. This time a bit quicker, so good variation from the off spinner.
On this occasion, it's the arm ball, just holding its line, just on about that off spin. Isaiah Raja will have to be very careful where his judgment in regards to.
Yes, there's been some constant gloomy weather around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here's Merchant, he's running in. This time looking to play that one away ambitiously onto the onside. Missing out there, Isaiah Raja. He would have fancied himself with that delivery down the leg side, angle down the leg side.
Well, I'm sure he would be telling himself, you know, he's really missed out because there's acres of space on the leg side.
Merchant would need to alter that line and that length. Well forward, Raja. Solid as a rock.
So at the end of the over, the score is 158 for 5. Yannick Correa is on 38, and Isaiah Raja is not out on 18.
That's 158 for 5. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be happy that they are on the other end of the park now, and they are into the lead.
But they won't want to be complacent, Vishal, because on this track, any lead is going to play a significant part going forward.
Yeah, definitely so. The pitch playing as it is, and of course it will only get drier as time goes by. 2 days remaining in this contest. Jamaica Scorpions requiring some wicked save. Quick single being taken by Karaya. We've seen that a lot, so it's nothing new from these two.
And it's what is required for rotational strength. Dropping the hands, very soft hands, and to move across and get the single across the 66 yards.
Over Green coming over.
66 feet, sorry, my apology.
We'll be angling the ball away from Raja. It's the West Indies Championship. Looking at us live on Windies Cricket on YouTube. This time, English referee Raja leans and leaves.
Yeah, and showing excellent judgment is Isaiah Raja and Yannick Karaya in regards to what is being employed in terms of the line.
Karaya doesn't want to be out of the game. He's always getting in there, practicing, rehearsing.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who you refer to as an honest man. Whatever he does is practice and prep. You know, it's done.
Forward Raja, tight behind that one, posing for the camera.
Yeah, and you know, Isaiah Raja was just secure. You know, his dad, I'm sure, will be very proud of what he's seeing.
And they would also be happy to see him in the middle again after being shot in the left hand earlier. Is Durval Green. Still short, looking to guide that one past backward point. Patrick Harty seems to be in the way.
I don't think before we see Patrick Harty comes into the bowling attack as well.
We could very well see Merchant and Harty operating together.
And it'll be very interesting to see what kind of purchase and grip he gets out of this.
The spinners will come into play. We saw what Brian Charles did on day 1 of this game, 6 for 48. This time, that one taking the inside edge of the bat, very close to the stumps there, running down the fine leg. There's protection down there. So a single to Raja, a single to the total of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 160 for 5.
Well, on this occasion, Isaiah Raja was guilty of losing his shape when playing that shot.
This one came tail back. It was angling away, tail back into Isaiah Raja. He's looking to play through the offside. And that inward movement as well accounted for that.
So it's going to be Durval Green from the pavilion end.
This time, just one moving away, pitching and moving away from the left-hander. That's the end of 61, 160 for 5.
Yannick Karaya is on 39 not out, and Isaiah Raja is on 19.
Isaiah Raja, first class average of 23.5. 12 first class matches, 517 runs. There's a high score of 69. You'd want to get many more here today.
Well, I'm sure if he gets 69 today, official, you know, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will be very happy with that, because it would have said that, you know, the importance, you know, of putting on a lead where this game is concerned.
Yeah, they would be happy But at the same time, they may not be happy if he gets 69 and gets out. They want him to carry on, and they want him to get that big century if he does pass the half-century mark. So here's Merchant, who will be trying to deny Isaiah Raja of that. Merchant enjoying his time against the lefties. He's been on spot, Jimmy Merchant.
Yeah, and having the opportunity, Vishal, to bowl against two left-handers, he could really set how he's going to approach bowling to them.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have to change his line or length.
Yes, here he is again. This one flatter and quicker as well. Raja on the back foot. Just punching it away into the offside. So there seems to be a field change, is it? No, the fielder just enjoying himself out there, getting a bit warm.
So what we would see from Jamie Merchant definitely changes of pace, going wide off the crease, going closer to the wicket. Using all his variations in trying to defeat the batters in it.
Yes, and you can see him, utilizing those variations. That last delivery, could have seen him just moving and really swiveling as he delivered, Anil.
A classic off-spinners bowling action is what you would see in Jamie Merchant, Vishal.
Yes, correct. Just having a word with Raja. This time short and guiding that one there, but could only find the fielder at backward point. Actually, that fielder was just forward of point there. So Raja has been tied down a bit in this over from Jamie Merchant into his 8th over, and you're seeing it right. He's just conceded 9 runs. Here he is. This time a bit shorter, pulling back his length. Raja on the back foot, playing it into that mid-wicket position. That completes 62. 160 for 5. That's a maiden over by Jamie Merchant.
So excellent probing over from Jamie Merchant on this occasion, Vishal. Really testing the mental and technical attributes of both these batters.
Yes, and very much so. It seems as though Derval Green is going to continue from the northern end. John Campbell just having a word with his bowler, one of his strike bowlers, Jamaica Scorpions. Oh, and he's going to be changing his angle here now, Derval Green. He's going to be coming around the wicket, Anil. Do you think that's a good ploy by Derval Green here now?
Well, Derval Green has the ability to pitch the ball into the left-handers and leave late.
Derval Green, a man with 22 wickets in the last season, the last first-class season.
And I'm sure he will want to go even further than that 22 wickets, because he will want to really create an impression, where the test series is embarking upon us in the very near future, Vishal.
Yeah, his best of 5 for 75. That's his innings best, and his best match figures: 9 for 160 at an economy rate of 3.03 and an average of 24.86. Some good bowling on his shoulders there, Derval Green. Wealth of experience.
And on this occasion, Derval Green is using the angle from bowling round the wicket and angling that ball into the stumps of Yannick Karaya. But Yannick Karaya was equal to the task on this occasion, going back and across and pushing forward.
3 of the bowlers from the Jamaica Scorpions team are in there. Markino Mindley 24 wickets, Derval Green 22, and Patrick Harty, the left-arm orthodox bowler who we have not seen. This one driven, but straight to that cover fielder.
An excellent work from that cover fielder as well.
Yes. Anywhere close to the side of either side of that fielder could have easily been 4 to Yannick Karaya.
Well, I'm sure he would have felt that he missed out on this occasion.
Yes, and partnership at this time between both men. 42 of 92 deliveries. Good little partnership here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's what they would have wanted. They would have spoken about batting in partnerships, setting small goals as you are out there in the middle with your batting partner.
And one of the objectives from the coaching staff that would be echoed into the batters would be to grind these bowlers down. Grind them. And later in the afternoon, really take advantage and cash in.
Definitely so. Here is Green around the wicket. This time just pulling back his length. Karaya leaving that one. Of course, the 2020 points table, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were 94.6 points ahead of Jamaica Scorpions, 91.8. Coming up against each other, and this is the first round of matches in the West Indies Championship.
So it's going to be Durval Green.
This time wide again. Kara walks into it and tells him it's too far away from me to play. You need to be closer. That completes the 63rd. 160 for 5. So 2 consecutive maiden overs.
And it's important from a feeling perspective that the team and the bowlers work in tandem by building pressure and bowling in partnerships. Once you start having bowlers bowling in partnerships, run scoring becomes difficult.
Yes, and Jamaica Scorpions, remember, they won the toss, Anil, the first day. They elected to bat first, and a very poor display with the bat from the Jamaica Scorpions fueled what was a collapse into 141 all out. Jermaine Blackwood 44 of 72 deliveries. John Campbell, 25 of 64 deliveries, and Bran Charles, the pick of the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 6 for 48. Jaden Seals 2 for 17. Imran Khan 1 for 11.
So
Jimmy Merchant is continuing from the far end.
And Raja is stylishly leads the line and just taps it back to the bowler.
Good consistency being shown by Jamie Merchant. Green and Merchant really setting the tone for the Jamaica Scorpions here the last 2 overs, not conceding any run. No pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen though. I think in a comfortable position. Raja and Karaya look set. Want to use this foundation that they have to go big. Going big, I don't mean that they need to be aggressive, but going big just means that they need to carry on from here on in now.
And I'm sure John Campbell will be really urging his troops now to get a breakthrough, Vishal, because they will want to keep chipping away at the wickets. And if they don't do that, the game is going to be going further and further away from them as the game develops.
Speaking about chipping away with wickets, that man at mid-off, Markino Mindley, I think he's warming up. He may be coming back into the attack very soon. The captain may just have asked him to come into the attack and prize out a breakthrough here for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Leroy Lugg, he's had a lot to say from yesterday into today. He's still talking. What he has not done with the bat, he's certainly done it with his mouth out there in the middle, supporting his bowlers. This one slug swept there by Isaiah Raja, and that's 4.
So a poor delivery from Jamie Merchant on this occasion. It's a leg stump, half volley, and Isaiah Raja deposited that into that mid-wicket region, and it raced across this beautiful, well-grassed outfield at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And the score moves on to 164. That takes Isaiah Raja on to 23. and Yannick Araya is on 39 not out.
It's just the batting card for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Keegan Simmons and Imran Khan opening up the batting. Those first two wickets fell to Nicholson Gordon 11 and 9 respectively. Josh Silva 31, Jason Mohammed 22. Kara, he's there on 39. Jid Guli 6, he missed out. And Isaiah Raja, he's on 23. Makino Mindley, speaking about Mindley, here he is. He's going to come back into the attack now. Makino Mindley, one of those guys who were picked on that tour to England by the West Indies selectors. That was a part of the resumption of cricket since the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, on that tour, before the tour got started, he tested positive for COVID-19. But here he is, plying his trade once more on the field of play with the return of regional cricket for the Jamaica Scorpions. 2 for 44. His figures thus far in his 14 overs. He's into his 15th. This one turned away by Karai. He picks up a single. Anil.
So challenging delivery on this occasion. That ball was holding it into the body of Yannick Araya, and you could see him fending away with that one to that fine leg region for one.
Yes, well played, because you always ask bowlers when they are bowling short, you want to bowl on the body of the batsman. You don't want to give them any room outside the off stump, outside that leg stump for them to free their arms.
So it's going to be Minley again.
Here he is, 29 on his back. This time again, that one coming in. Raja leaving home very early, and he was sent back to collect something that he forgot.
So on this occasion, it was a short delivery on the body, but Isaiah Raja was getting into his wicket and trying to work that ball to that short square leg position so that he could have rotation of the strike.
And it's good to see Karaya just having a word with Raja as well on that topic of communication. I'm sure that was what they were speaking about there, Anil. You continue to sing that song about communication between the wickets, and immediately we see a field change as well. Those deliveries prompted a field change by the captain, John Campbell. He's getting himself in there at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
So the mode of attack definitely is going to be on the body.
Yeah. Let's see. This time again, not on the body this time. And Raja seems to be very disgusted there with Yannick Kara, and Kara raising his arms as though.
Well, on this occasion, Yannick Karaya was caught ball watching.
Yeah, that was an easy single there had they taken it.
But Isaiah Raja will have to focus and refocus for the next delivery.
Yeah, that should not. I mean, there are a lot of dot deliveries that went by in the past. They should not let that one bother them. But there was an opportunity nonetheless. But here's Mindley again. This time, this one jumping at pace from Makino Mindley. Raja though playing with soft hands.
And you could see on this occasion, because Isaiah Raja has that injury on that finger, Vishal, he's tending to take that bottom hand away to protect that finger.
Yes, and he needs to do that, and that's where the awareness comes in as well.
But Isaiah Raja is a tough cookie.
This time short again. This one not rising as Raja would have anticipated.
Well, it seems like John Campbell has seen some technical fault in Isaiah Raja, that they're trying to explore that leg stump line bowling to him.
Well, what they are seeing, Anil, is that some of the balls are popping off a good length and some are keeping low, and John Campbell putting himself now into that very short cover position is there for those that pop on Isaiah Raja or Yannick Kara. That completes the over. 65 have been bowled. 165 for 5, Anil. Your thoughts on the situation here at the Brown Cricket Academy? Where does this game stand now, second day?
Well, I must admit the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is now putting themselves in an ascending position. They're really building up nicely, in terms of wanting to get a huge lead going into the third day. And scoreboard pressure, as you know, Vinod, will takes its toll.
Yes, looking at the bowling of the Jamaica Scorpions, Marquino Mindley 2 for 45, Nicholson Gordon 2 for 45 as well, and Derval Green 1 for 32. Those were the pick of the bowlers thus far for the Scorpions. Merchant to continue. He's looking to get his first. Swan turned away nicely, just to the left of that mid-wicket fielder, Patrick Harty.
So again, Merchant was guilty of bowling that leg stump line and just allowed Yannick Correa to work that ball in acres of space onto the leg side. But intelligent batting on this occasion.
One slip, short leg in position. Raja again turning this one away. Protection at the backward square leg. Pick up a single. So good work by these batsmen here. Not tying themselves down.
And they're really milking the off spinner at this time. And as we speak, the partnership is now worth 49 valuable runs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, Yannick Correa as well. He's on 41. This time forward. Just behind that one, Yannick Correa. He could be man to get the first half century of this game if he does. 133 deliveries he has faced. I think that is something that all of the batsmen around him and the batsmen to come should really look at and take pattern from the senior campaigner, the batting creature.
Yeah, and he's really showing, his grit and determination, and battling really hard for his team.
This time a quicker delivery, looking to make room there, Correa on the back foot, just having to play it away to mid wicket.
And this is the kind of occasion that Yannick Correa loves. He loves the challenge,
He loves this ground. Yannick Correa. Remember, he had a century against this said team, Jamaica Scorpions, as this one is punched away. And good quick single there. Good throw by that man at cover point. Partnership reaches 50. 50 run partnership coming up just off 113 deliveries. I say just off 113 deliveries. That's a lot of balls on it.
Well, it has been very hard work, to say the least. And it has taken a lot of skill and application to get to this 50-run partnership. And we must applaud both these batters, for really digging in deep, and trying now to lay the platform for a huge score.
Yeah, well, with the fall of those quick wickets this morning, the situation required someone or these two guys to play this role that they are playing at the moment. Bat long, occupy the crease, and when they do get the opportunity, just capitalize on them, and that is what they are doing at the moment. Here's Mindley. So on the body, Correa was not comfortable there at all.
But what is important here is they both complement each other while batting.
Yeah, and what I'm really admiring about the partnership as well is both guys, when they notice something that's being done wrongly by either one of them, they are going to have a chat and really explain to them what they are doing wrong and give them a word of advice, give each other a word of advice, Anil.
And that just shows the chemistry that exists between the two players.
Yes, here's Mindley. This one short again.
And it's equally hard work for the bowlers as well on this track, Vishal. These guys have been trying continuously. They've been bowling consistently. Run scoring, I must admit, has been at a premium.
Packed offside field here for Yannick Correa. This time looking to punch that one away onto the offside, not making that contact. he would have wanted. Treated that man at short cover. The captain, John Campbell. Cool conditions at the Brandlar Cricket Academy. I think those are conditions that the bowlers, the fielders out there in the middle would really like. You'd want to make use of it though. Esmindley once more from the northern end, this one keeping very low.
And using his variation ball on this occasion, going very close to the stump and angling that ball away from the left-hander. So he's definitely using the width of the crease, Vishal, with his variation deliveries. He's going close to the wicket, he's going wide of the crease, and using the different angles.
Yeah, so we are witnessing variation from both ends, and I think it's safe to say that while we are seeing a partnership between both batsmen here, a good partnership between Mindley and Merchant as well. It has not brought about a wicket just yet for the Jamaica Scorpions, but they have been keeping things quiet.
They have been working tirelessly to get that breakthrough that John Campbell would be asking for at this moment, Vishal.
Yes, want to make a breakthrough here. This partnership can go on if they don't, and they don't want Raja and Kara to go big. It's time a full pitch delivery just to that man again, Campbell. Yes, with a first innings total of 141, a very small one. You really need to be on the top of your game as the fielding unit. That completes the 67th over, 168 for 5. Another maiden. Just that summary of the first innings. 141, as I was saying. Jamaica Scorpions 44 to Jermaine Blackwood. TNT, they lead by 27 runs. They are 168. Brand Charles 6 of 48. He'll be on a hat-trick on Hill when they resume their fielding effort in the second innings.
And I want to personally congratulate Brian Charles for that magnificent bowling performance yesterday.
Yes. Merchant, they would want a performance similar to that one. The Jamaica Scorpions. I think he really deserves a wicket, Merchant. He's working hard. And Raja Ankara would want to deny Jamie Merchant of that. This time driving nicely to mid-off. He picks up a single, Raja.
Yeah, pitch up delivery on that off-stump line, and Raja just leant into that and caressed it past that extra cover fielder. The mid-off fielder does the cleaning up on this occasion. So the lead now is 28 runs.
Correct. Just composes himself. He taps a weights on Merchant. And a stifled appeal there for leg before. Merchant turns and walks back to his mark.
So it's going to be Merchant from the southern end.
This time, very, very unsafe shot there, Anil. He was giving room to himself. That one was on the line of the middle stump there. Could have easily snuck through.
Well, trying to make room on this occasion to access the offside, but the ball was definitely too close to him for him to execute that shot.
This time, bounce on offer from Jamie Merchant. Turn and bounce.
Yeah, and Yannick Karaya seems really surprised with the alarming bounce on this occasion.
Yeah, he was looking to cut that one. Had he made contact though, that man at backward point could have been in business. Now he's out of business. Ball past the bat of Karai. But here's Merchant again. That would really open up his eyes. He'll be licking his lips here now. This time again. Delivery on the line of the off stump. Karai on the back foot, no run. 68 bowled. 169 for 5.
So here we see that continuation of the communication that exists between the players here in terms of the batters, Vishal. And it's important that they continue to have that communication in terms of their team goals, their personal goals. And I'm sure Coach Furlong and all the coaches will be echoing into their ear, partnerships, the importance of partnerships. You get in, you want to dig deep, and you want to go big as well.
That's 51 off 125 deliveries. The partnership. Mindley. This time a delivery hanging in the air and coming back in. Leroy Luggs seems to want to have a conversation with everyone.
But on this occasion, Raja is showing, good composure in executing that forward defense.
Smart player, Isaiah Raja.
And I must tell you, Vishal, he's one of the guys, who works tirelessly at his game. He's an honest worker, and he does everything possible to improve his game on every given occasion.
And it has shown in recent past with his performances. This time a delivery that's short and keeping very low. The keepers have had some work to do in this game. Morris has done well. He's been quite exceptional with the gloves, Anil.
Yeah, he has been very tidy, is Nathaniel Morris. But we're going to see a change of angle from Romain Morris. My apology. From the he's going to be bowling. Minley is going to be bowling from round the wicket.
Time short, guided there to that point fielder.
So this one was darting back from outside that off stump, really sharply. But Isaiah Raja was back. He was onto the back foot and just tapped it into that cover region. So we are seeing that there's a clear plan for Mindley to take that ball into the left hand, as he shall.
Yeah.
And if he's able to do that with one holding the line, then it's going to be very interesting.
Yes, let's wait and see. This one short. Raja just dropping his hands and getting out of the way. Well played. One for the over signal by the umpire.
Quick bump on this occasion. I must say, Vishal, you've got to give the Jamaican bowlers a lot of credit, because for the entire day, even though we've had those rain delays, these guys continue to run in and give their all.
Yeah, and we must also give credit as well to the batsmen. They have not let those rain delays phase them in any way. So, well done to both teams.
Yeah, it's gripping cricket, Vishal. No one, in terms of both teams, will feel, comfortable at this stage, because there's still a long way to go, Vishal. There's still a lot of work to get done.
Yeah, and hence I said,
consolidating their position.
Yeah, you speak about the cricket that we have on show. Hence I said that although it's a low-scoring contest, Anil, we've seen good cricket with both bat and ball. A good contest between both bat and ball.
And what has made the contest what it is, the pitch. Sometimes we witness variation of the bongs. So from a batting perspective, you really have to be looking at this ball until it come right under your eyes while playing it.
Yeah, you do, and that's the reason why I said that some of the batsmen to come. The pitch will only get drier. I will continue to offer more spin. Some of the balls from these pace bowlers, as we've seen, gonna only keep lower, and is going to continue. And at this stage, well, the Jamaica Scorpions, they were bowled out already. And that's yesterday. This time, looking to crash that one through the offside. And the Kara is finding the fielder at cover point.
Short and wide on this occasion for Merchant, and was really inviting that cut shot through that cover region. But he only succeeded in finding that the cover fielder. So skipper John Campbell is going to have the discussion with Jamie Merchant.
John Campbell here now. Something they may have seen from Yannick Karan. They would want to exploit that now, Anil.
Well, it seems like John Campbell has asked the umpires to have a look at the ball. It seems that maybe the ball has lost its shape.
Well, so it's not Karan and it's not a plan. So it's the ball. The umpires are conferring at the moment. Let's see what they...
I'm sure they're going to take out that tool that they use to verify the shape of the ball.
Well, all seems to be well with the ball as suggested by Rudy in the commentary booth. He has his binoculars out.
Thank you, Rudy.
He's made his inspection, and so has the umpires. Umpire Danish Ramdan, he stands his ground, and Merchant is back in position. We are ready to go.
So it's Jamie Merchant from the southern end. And Karaya is neat while playing his forward defense. Bat close together, high elbows, and head over.
Looking at that bat of Karaya, the middle of that bat has taken a beating. Tells me that he's hit a lot of balls in the middle of the bat. And not just today, but just seeing that.
On any given day, Yannick Karaya would probably have a possibly 400-500, hits.
Yes. Already have 148 hits in this innings. He's looking to carry on. Very surprising though that Patrick Harty has not been offered the ball. Did he pay ball fee? Patrick Harty, I think he'd be really wanting an opportunity out there in the middle. I think Campbell would. We have always mentioned that we would have expected Patrick Harty to be reintroduced.
Well, I think one of the reasons why John Campbell would have continued with Merchant is the fact that two left-handers are at the crease at the moment.
And also the overcast conditions, Anil.
Yeah.
The seam bowlers like Marquino Mindley and Durval Green and they.
So it's overcast conditions, which is very conducive to both seam and swing bowling.
Yeah. So here's Merchant ripping that one out of his hands there. 70 overs have been bowled, and that's the score. The score 169 for 5. So Jamaica Scorpions 141 yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 169 for 5, and here comes my good friend Mr. Patrick Hartianil.
Would you say it's a delayed introduction, Vishal?
Well, to be fair, Anil, we mentioned that there are the conditions that suited the pace bowlers. We also spoke about the left-handers being out there, suiting the off-spinner in Jimmy Merchant. So, Patrick Harty now, he's here, and he has an opportunity in front of him here. He has a job to do. He comes in with an objective to get a wicket.
Well, I'm sure John Campbell would have echoed that into his ear and his entire team. Guys, you.
Patrick Harty, the left arm orthodox bowler, over the wicket to Raja. This time runs here for him. Guided that one past that slip fielder in Jermaine Blackwood. He'll pick up 2. So 2 vital runs here for Raja, 2 added to the total of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And expertly played on this occasion, Isaiah Raja allowed this ball to come on to him and back up that ball past that slip region. So Isaiah Raja, is really looking the part, Vishal.
Yes, definitely so. It's Harty again. This time on the line of the leg stump. Played away past Leroy Lugg. Your good friend Anil at short leg. And they pick up a quick single. Brings Yannick Carrier on strike.
So the left arm orthodox spinner, the finger spinner, is going to be spinning the ball into the left-hander. And his variation ball is going to be that arm ball that's going to be leaving the left-hander. And that's the ball that, that's a delivery that, these left-handers have to be very, very watchful when it's delivered to them.
Forward here, Carrier.
So Yannick Karai is approaching almost 4 hours at the crease now. And that just tells you the effort that he's put in during the course of this innings.
Yeah, this time he's back and across and just turning that one away down to that deep backward square leg fielder.
And using the angle on this occasion where the ball is coming into him and just working it away using his wrist.
Well, Harty has been a bit too straight since coming into the attack. This time bringing Raja forward, driving that one away to Marquino Mindley at mid-off. No run. That completes the over. Patrick Harty's first for a long while. 173 for 5. So 173 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the 2 spinners in operation now for the Scorpions. Scorpions looking to sting the remainder of the Red Force batting lineup. Looking for that sting from either Merchant or Patrick Harty. Anil, your thoughts?
Yeah. Merchant would really want to proud a wicket now, because this partnership is really becoming a buzzer for the Jamaican Scorpions. And the longer they continue, both Isaiah Raja and Yannick Correa, is only going to strengthen that position that the Red Force is seemingly heading for.
Yes, definitely. So here's Merchant this time quicker. Carry on the back foot rather than just punching it away to backward point. And a point to note as well. 9 overs to go. Well, 8 after this to go until the new ball. And I think that's the case as well why we are seeing Patrick Harty and Jimmy Merchant in operation.
Yeah, and good point. Good point, Vishal. Good observation. Now, it's going to be interesting if John Campbell is going to take that new ball when it becomes available after 80 overs.
Well, I think they would with the conditions as they are. Why not take it? And they are looking for wickets. So.
And when a new ball is taken, 2 elements come into play, Vishal. One, you either get wickets or the run scoring accelerates.
Yes, and also with this time down the pitch here, Raja. And taking the inside edge of the bat.
And I'm sure both Raja and Karaya would also be aware of this situation in terms of the new ball becoming available, and they may take the opportunity to try and accelerate the scoring while both spinners are in operation before that new ball becomes available.
We could see that. The Raja that time on that occasion he was looking to use his feet. Well, he used his feet. This time Karia on that occasion playing it away into the offside, no run, 72 overs bowled, and it'll a very tough day for both the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions.
Well, it has been that kind of day, Vishal, where both teams doesn't want to give an inch. So it's been gripping cricket, it's been intense cricket, and no one wants to, give that ascendancy to the other team.
Yeah, well,
but this partnership has really now beginning to put Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in an ascending position.
One would hope from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, the coach David Furlong and the management team, they would hope that it blossoms into something special. And this one swept away by Raja, meeting the pitch of that one nicely. It was looped up by Patrick Harty. 78 runs have been added in some 39 overs thus far in the day. 3 wickets to the Jamaica Scorpions.
So the scoring rate has just hovered around that 2.5 run over Vishal.
Yes.
Which really tells a picture from a bowling perspective.
Definitely so. They have really tied the batsmen down. Batsmen, they have responded well. Karaya, testament to that. This time forward.
Seeming on this occasion, Karaya seemed like he wanted to sweep this ball, but at the last moment, making that adjustment and playing it with a straight bat.
This time using his feet, driven to Mindley at mid-off, single to Carrier.
So excellent use of the feet on this occasion, getting to the pitch of the ball and not over-hitting it, Vishal. Taking the pace so that it allows him the opportunity for both him and Raja to rotate the strike.
Jermaine Blackwood at slip. Just collecting that one there. These two guys has been very watchful at the crease. This time nicely played. Just whipping it wristy, very wristy, not a risky, but wristy. There's Green at long on. That completes 73, 178 for 5. And he'll The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they lead by 35.
Yeah, and as the lead
36, sorry.
And as the lead continues to build, it is going to create some.
There we can see Mr. Is it Anthony Hollis Gray up there in the box? Anil? Yes, there he is. In the comfort of the, as Mr. Mamchan likes to call it, the TCB Hospitality Suite.
So it's going to be Jamie Merchant from the southern end. And Raja just plays this away to that short mid-wicket region, and it results in no run. But coming back to the taking of this, the second new ball, Vishal, if you were the captain, if you were John Campbell on this occasion, would you be tempted to take that new ball when it becomes available?
Well, I won't be tempted. I'll definitely be taking the new ball. Well, I won't be taking it because I won't be using it, but I'll be taking it and handing it to Nicholson Gordon and Makino Mindley. See if they can delve further into the batting lineup of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's time, this one. Just taking the inner half of the bat, dropping just short of Leroy Lugg.
In terms of a lead, what figure do you think is going to be a healthy lead where this innings is concerned?
Well, I'd say anything within the range of between 100 to 150. Don't think nothing more than 150 would be required, but if they do get more to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I think they would be happy. But with the position that they are in at the moment, they really look to go towards that. I think that would be where they would be looking to go towards. And your thoughts, 150?
Well, I would say anything above 125. But when we look at the scoring rate, it means to say if we were to get there, Trinidad and Tobago will definitely have to bat another 50 to 75 overs to get to that score.
Yes, they would. And I think with the way they are going at the moment, if they continue to bat in this manner, I mean, taking into consideration as well the new ball being taken, you never know what can happen. Cricket is a funny game. And just as how we saw Jamaica Scorpions losing 6 quick wickets yesterday and falling apart, we can see that with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings. You never know. So it's left to be seen. That completes the 74th over, 178 for 5. Another maiden by Jamie Merchant. He's continuing to be very good from that southern end, and as we said earlier, the Southland is the best land. Anil?
So a summary of the game so far. Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat. Jermaine Blackwood got 44. John Campbell, the captain, he got 25. Palmer got 24, Mindley got 22, and they were all out for 144. Trinidad and Tobago at this stage is 178 for 5, and they lead by 37.
Well, I won't be surprised Carrier comes out of this innings talking like Leroy Lugg, because he's had a lot to say, Leroy Lugg, under the bat. This one worked away. He was using his feet there.
And what is impressive with the manner in which Yannick Correa is using his feet, he is definitely covering the line of the ball when coming on the pitch to access it. So if he misses the ball definitely will possibly hit his pad or so. And Raja nicely into line here and just works this one from Hati into that short mid-wicket region. And here he works that way, one just past the short leg fielder, and it results in a single. Score moves on to 179 for 5. That takes Isaiah Raja on to 32. Harty from the pavilion end. Carrier works his one into that short mid-wicket region, but it would not result in a run. So at the end of the over, the score is 180 for 5. It's going to be drinks break. So after the break, we will resume. Yannick Correa is on 46 and Isaiah Raja is on 32.
Jimmy Merchant. Jimmy Blackwood just acquiring his cap. And Raja doing some stretching in the meantime. Getting himself warm and ready for battle again against Merchant, who has been on the top of his game. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's been bowling very well. This time, stifled appeal there from fielders around the bat. Merchant himself was not interested.
Flighted delivery on this occasion from Jimmy Merchant.
With good bounce on offer. That one bounced a lot. Here is Merchant. Danish Ramdani stares. He keeps a keen eye on proceedings. This time a quick single. That fielder diving away there. Is it Harty diving away to his left?
So the score moves on by 1. The score is 181 for 5. That takes Isaiah Raja on to 33.
Carrier just doing some gardening there at the crease. He's tapping the pitch now. He's ready. Merchant from the southern end. Just giving himself some time, so well flighted, and you can see there in the way Carrier reacted. That ball took off again.
Yeah, so we are witnessing now that the bounce has increasingly becoming disconcerting for the batsers.
Carrier 4 runs away from his half century. This one pulled away. Will he get it here? Nicholson Gordon running around to his right limits Carrier to 2 runs, 48 to him. 183 for 5.
Skillfully on this occasion, Yannick Carrera getting deep into his crease and pulling that ball into that mid-wicket region.
And yet still, Carrier did not try to overhit it. What he did was just waited on it, and he looked to place it just to the right of that fielder down there, Gordon. A deep backward square leg. Here's Merchant. Log in the way. This time quicker on the line of that stump there, that middle stump. No room for Carrera to work with as he was trying to make room. 76 overs bowled, 183 for 5. Anil, your thoughts on the situation at the academy thus far? What do you make of the position that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is in, and what do you think that the Jamaica Scorpions now need to do different to get into the Red Force lineup?
Well, the Red Force now has gone into the 40s. The lead is now 41. And I'm sure the Jamaican Scorpions can't wait, for that 80th over to come where they can access that new ball. I really honestly think that they need to take that new ball immediately when it becomes available.
Well, I think that would be what they would want to do this time. Undriven elegantly by Isaiah Raja down to Durval Green at long on. Single to Raja, he moves into, he's on the 34. Carrier 48. He's going to be on strike here. Harty has been a bit too straight, to say the least.
Yeah, what they're doing is basically working the ball because it's full. Right, they're punching they're able, with the length that he's bowling, he's allowing them the opportunity to punch the ball to that mid-off and long-on position very easily.
And what we are seeing now is because of this, we have seen Leroy Lugg coming out of that short leg position, and he is on a very straight mid-wicket position. This one worked into the onside there. It allows Carrier to pick up one. It's one run away from his half century now.
So skillfully on this occasion, having recognized that the short leg is no longer in position, he just used his wrist, allowed the ball to come onto him and access that area, that square leg area.
Lugg has remained there for Raja. It's time forward.
Realizing that he wasn't totally to the pitch on this occasion, he just punched it out to that extra cover region, is Isaiah Raja.
Hati is into his 9th over. 17 runs conceded, no wicket yet. This time a straightish delivery again. Raja well forward. Played back to Lugg at that straight mid wicket. This time that could have easily ballooned to the bowler, Patrick Hati. Just checking his shot at the very last second there, Isaiah Raja, as the 77 over have been completed.
So the score after 77 overs is 185 for 5, and the run rate still hovers around that 2.5 mark, Vishal. And it's saying to me that run scoring will only become more challenging as this game progresses.
44 runs the lead for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's an opportunity for them to capitalize. They would be happy that they are in the lead. They've knocked off that 141. Here's Merchant again, Jamie Merchant. One slip, short leg. This time, that one bowled a bit slower there from Merchant. He held that one back in the air.
Yeah, flighted delivery, and we have seen a different approach after the drinks break, Vishal, where Jamie Merchant now is willing to float that ball a bit more in the air, trying to get above the eye line of the batters.
Yes. So what he's doing, he's just mixing up his deliveries, variation. And Karaya this time, he's getting back on a couple of occasions previously, and now he's getting back, looking to make room for himself. And Merchant is firing in those deliveries at that off and middle stump. It's making it very difficult for him to get those deliveries away. This time again, and straight to that fielder there at extra cover, no run. When we speak about consistency, we don't mean bowling consistently short, wide, outside the off stump, consistently poor, but we mean good bowling, and this is what Jamie Merchant is doing at this time. He's keeping things tight, and he's being very consistent with his line and lengths.
Yeah, well, he's definitely keeping both batters honest.
This one again held up in the air. Stay from Merchant to Carrier. Carrier would not be phased. One run away from what would be a spectacular half century.
I would say a well-deserved half century, Vishal.
This time on the stump again. No run. Back to Merchant.
So Merchant is using that quicker delivery, which is honing in onto those stumps, Vishal. And Yannick Karaya needs to be very, very careful, when trying to execute that backward punch.
This time looking for the single there.
But it wasn't there.
185 for 5.
Yannick Karai is on 49 and Isaiah Raja is on 34 not out. So after 78 overs, we just two overs away from the new cherry, the second new cherry that would be allocated to the Jamaica Scorpions team. But we will just have to wait and see if John Campbell is going to take the second new ball.
It's a bit dark and gloomy at the academy. I can tell you that I'm not speaking about Chris Gale. He's not here for the Jamaica Scorpions. The dark and stormy is not here. But it's the weather I'm speaking about.
Yeah, it's gotten dark in the last 15 minutes. It's definitely gotten darker in the last 15 minutes.
Remember, play is going to carry on until 6 p.m. this afternoon. This time, nicely guided backward of point. That's going to run very close to that fence. He'll pick up 2. Isaiah Raja.
Yeah, skillfully done again. Back cutting this delivery from Harty. Past that slip region. And it was racing down to that third man region where the fielder did an excellent job in holding in that ball. And with that, 2 runs, Isaiah Raja moves up to 36. And the score, 187 for 5.
So I'm pushing at it.
So Harty is definitely mixing up his pace. He's bowling some slower ones, a bit quicker. Had that rag hit the stumps, it would be interesting to know what the signal would have been.
Yes, so that last delivery there from Harty fired in to Raja. That completes the over. 187 for 5. Anil, 1 over to go until that opportunity for the new ball to be taken. And I believe that I'm seeing Jermaine Blackwood just having a word with the umpire. That could very well be the topic of conversation.
Well, based on what we have experienced in terms of the changing of the weather in the last 15 minutes, if it becomes darker, then I would not be tempted to take that second new ball, because the possibility exists that light could become a defining factor if the game continues.
It can. Have to wait and see how Campbell does that. And this time, Carrier missing out there. That could have been the perfect opportunity to get his half century.
He just seems to be getting a little bit agitated at this time, is Yannick Karaya. He just needs to settle himself, and he will get to that converted mark of 50 runs.
Yeah, he should not let that number 49 bother him. Just another run that he'll pick up.
And I'm sure Log is definitely giving him a mouthful.
Well, Log has had a lot of work to do. Oh, and now he's really enjoying himself out there, Leroy Log. Really enjoying himself. Both him and Romain Morris, I think, is having a lot to say. They do not have a lot to say with the bat. Here is Merchant. This time Carrier, he gets the single. A brilliant half century. Is he out though? A direct hit. A loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. He will raise his bat now. Yannick Karaya, you beauty. Mr. Dependable, the wall of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Grit, patience, and determination is all that I can describe that innings.
What a vigil from this young man.
And while we are celebrating that knock of Yannick Correa in the middle, someone is down at mid-off, a wide mid-off, the person that executed that piece of fielding.
And it looks like Gordon from my vantage point.
Well, it's Derval Green.
Derval Green.
Derval Green. You can't miss that hairstyle. There's Derval Green down there. Seems to have done some damages to his feet.
So what a timely innings from Yannick Correa for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Vishal. Please expand on that. The importance of this half century and building and continuing this vigil for over 4 hours out in the middle.
Yes. Good knock from Yannick Correa. And Green is limping. You can see there he's limping away with the physio. Does not seem to be comfortable at all. His teammate could see the funny side of things. Green cannot.
But not taking away, Vishal, it was an excellent piece of fielding from him to affect that direct hit, which could have contributed to the demise of Yannick Correa.
It's a good piece of fielding. So the substitute fielder that's going to take the place of Derval Green is going to be Orain Williams.
And Derval Green just seems to be gingerly coming off the field, Vishal. So there must be some concern from the physio, for him leaving the field at this time.
Yes, and I think with a time like this, when a new ball could be taken very shortly, you would have wanted to have Derval Green in your armory out there in the middle.
Well, I'm hoping that it's nothing that will affect him from returning back onto the field of play shortly.
Raja just pushing that one away, Raja, to Campbell at cover. No run.
So Locke goes on his merry way to his conversations. And Raja is equal to the task on this occasion. Just taps it back to the bowler. So still a very tense battle out in the middle, Vishal.
Yeah, very tense. A very quiet passage of play as well. Partnership at this time, 70.
Do you think John Campbell would be a worried man at this time, Vishal?
Well, he would want wickets. That is what he would want. And this time, Raja down the ground. To that mid-on fielder, no run. It was struck hard, so he did not have enough time to scamper through for a single. That's 80 overs, Anil. Let's see whether that new ball will be taken by John Campbell.
Well, it doesn't seem any indicators it's going to happen because Hadley has the ball in his hand.
Well, the situation at the Brownlow Cricket Academy at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago in response to 141 set by the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 187 for 5. They lead by 46 runs.
And how important this lead is going to be into the general context of this contest.
Yes, Anil, good point. This time driving career. That's going to go away for 4, will it? No, it won't. The ball just holding up there. And that point boundary just inside. So Carrier picks up 2.
So on this occasion, Hartley served up a juicy half volley. And Yannick Correa square driven this ball through that backward point region, but it didn't have the legs on this occasion to get to the boundary. But an important 2 runs.
Will we see a different approach from Carrier now here and having gotten to his half century? And this one just pulled away down to that forward square leg fielder, deep forward square leg fielder. He picks up a single Carrier. Yes, Anil.
I don't think that he's gonna change his character in terms of how he plays. He's just gonna keep milking these bowlers and moving along at a pace. He's not going to become too funky, if I may say so.
Yes, I think John Campbell needs to make something happen here now. The skipper needs to be proactive. He wants to get a prize out a wicket here. This time just turned away. It's easy pickings for the batsmen. Now a lot of gaps on the field. And Harty not extracting as much spin as we would have thought from this end. He's not extracting as much spin.
And I must admit, it has become too easy for the batsman at this time.
Lead goes up to 50. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Time. Again, you see not much spin on offer there, and we were just saying that one just holding its line into the gloves of Romain Morris.
And from a Red Force point of view, Vishal, they would have ticked that second box, which is to get to that 50-run lead as their first goal.
Yes. This time just looking to turn that one away. He finds Campbell.
And at this stage, being the 5th session in the game, going into the 6th session, Vishal, Trinidad definitely would have won most of these sessions.
Yes, and this one, oh, he missed out there, Carrier. Certainly missed out. He looked disgusted there. At the end of 81, 192 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Both flags continue to fly high here at the Brownlar Cricket Academy. Much like the level of cricket we've seen, level of bowling we've seen. And looking at the batting scorecard of a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Keegan Simmons and Imran Khan opening up for them, 11 and 9 respectively. Those were the 2 wickets to fall to Nicholson Gordon. Joshua De Silva, 37 of 91. Jason Mohammed, 22 of 28. Yannick Rai is there on 53. Jid Gully, he missed out on 6. And Isaiah Raja, 37.
So we're back live here. Do you think that with Durval Green off the field would have prompted John Campbell, captain of the Jamaican Scorpions, not to take that new ball, Vishal?
Well, I don't think so. There are two, Jamaican quicks out there in the middle. Nicholson Gordon and Marquino Mindley. And those were the 2 guys that opened the bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions. I don't think not having Green out there in the middle would have prompted that decision. I think it's just about giving the spinners an opportunity. Maybe allowed appeal for leg before. Will he be given here now? Not out, says the umpire.
But I must admit, it must have been very, very close on this occasion.
This is what I can't seem to understand. You know, you see this on the international stage and you're seeing it here now, Anil. You are playing so well, and then you see the introduction of a reverse sweep and a sweep shot, trying to manufacture a shot that's not there. Why?
Well, I think it has to do with the mental application of the batsman.
Look at that. A similar ball presented by Jimmy Merchant. And had he done that, there would not have been an appeal, and there would not have been an opportunity for the Jamaica Scorpions to be given a wicket. But here we go. Jimmy Merchant from the southern end. This time, just working that one away onto the offside. A single to Raja. But yes, Anil, your thoughts on that? Why are these batsmen doing this?
Well, like I said, Vishal, mentally, when you start to lose focus, right? These innovations, as I would say, starts kicking in. But what was good on this occasion, immediately, right, Yannick Correa came down and, echoed that sentiment to him. Raja, continue, batting in the approved fashion. And immediately we see, he did that.
And that's what we speak about when we speak about Yannick Correa and Imran Khan, two senior players on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. You want to have them lending that support to the youngsters like Raja, Kalicharan, Gully, Keegan Simmons, all of these guys. You want to have those guys lending that support and advice. That's a drop catch. Leroy Logg diving forward, in and out, Anil.
Well, I want to believe that Yannick Correa has just passed the log and tell him thanks.
Well, Log, he's had a lot to say, and when he had the opportunity to take a catch, he did not take it. I think I'm being a bit too harsh on that man, Leroy Log. It's all good fun, but Log should have taken that catch, Anil. It was a low catch. He's a big man. He's tall, but should have been taken. When your team is down and they are looking for a wicket, when the opportunity presents itself, you want to grab it. That's all you want to grab.
Well, what you also would like is for someone to really stand up and do something spectacular that gives you an opportunity to get back into the game.
And you have to feel it for that man, Jamie Merchant, as well. He has been working hard, Anil, and he has been plying away from that far end. And when you have that opportunity and you're bowling so well and you don't take it, then it just sends your confidence down.
But we must also take into consideration being at that forward shot-like position for the entire day, Vishal, or most of the day. It does take a lot out of the fielders who are stationed in that position. And on most occasions at that forward shot-like position, the ball has to get stuck in your hands because the reaction time is so quick.
Very true, Anil. Seems like a man who has been in those positions before.
Never did, never will.
Shoelaces of Isaiah Raja just having to be tied there by Jermaine Blackwood. Say good afternoon to Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
And Mr. Samaru.
Yes. Wearing a cap with the Liverpool logo on it.
So it's going to be Harty from the pavilion end.
Well flighted there by Harty, but a bit too wide outside the off stump to encourage Isaiah Raja.
Yeah, Isaiah Raja will have no business playing those balls that are wide outside the off stump.
Definitely not. And the position that he is in. This time sweeping again. Bit uppish. Luckily for him, no fielders there. But there's one deep backward square leg fielder that's positioned, so it limits him to 1 run.
So that takes Isaiah Raja on to 39. It takes the total score on to 194 for 5. Yannick Correa is on 53, not out.
And the partnership just about 76. Continues to climb. Continues to climb here.
Well, I'm sure they would have set their goals, Vishal, maybe in tranches of 10. 10 runs by 10 by 10 by 10.
Yes. That will give you 1,000 if my math serves me right. 10 by 10 by 10.
Are you multiplying in metric, Vishal?
Well, Anil, let's focus on the cricket. I have a maths exam this evening, Anil, and I think I need to. Only then I'll be focused on maths.
Well, I want to take the opportunity to wish you well, Vishal. with your mathematics exam this afternoon.
Thank you, Anil. And I think Jamie Merchant is coming back into the attack here now from that southern end. He had the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I'm slow and pulled away. That's going to be 4. Raja on the move.
Raja handsomely on this occasion rocks back onto the back foot and deposited that ball through that long on position, and it races into that position for 4 runs. So it takes the score to 198 for 5. That moves Raja to 43 not out. And really showing us, both himself and Karaya, that they are very adept at playing spin bowling.
Sam Raja just leaning into that defensive stroke. Shorter from Merchant,
but quicker on this occasion. So the Red Force is approaching that 200 run mark, which will definitely tick that third box, Vishal.
It's time with delivery just outside the off stump. Raja fending at it. No run.
Yeah, bounce and turn on this occasion from Jeremy Merchant. Having to adjust quickly is Isaiah Raja on this occasion. Nicely into line is Isaiah Raja. German Blackwood is just asking his teammates just to be patient as this partnership continues to build.
It's time. So no spin on offer there really for Jamie Merchant. One just holds its line into the gloves of Romain Morris. At the end of 84, 198 for 5. The score just approaching 200. Partnership at this time between both men, one that's blossoming. Just 80. TNT, Red Force, they lead by 57 runs.
So it's going to be Patrick Harty to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Yannick Araya.
This time using his feet, Carrier. Worked away nicely on the onside. Picks up a single. Fielder sprints in. And Raja just getting himself ready. Patrick Harty over the wicket. Not so. Jermaine Blackwood, you can hear him. Well, not hear him, but you can see him speaking to Patrick Harty. I'm sure him giving him some words of advice here now. And he's getting in the head of Isaiah Raja. Or is he this time adopting that lap stroke there?
But he's only going to get one on this occasion. The fielder from that backward square position, move smartly to his right, and just allow a single on this occasion.
That's the 200 up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with that single of the bat of Isaiah Raja. That's the first batting point for the TNT.
So, as you would know, Vishal, with that point, that batting point, it really will assist, the Red Force team.
And well-flighted, driving carrier.
If it comes down to the end of the championship, this one batting point could be a difference between, winning the title and coming second, Vishal.
Yeah. 82 the partnership of 224 deliveries, driving elegantly through the offside this time. Class and timing.
Yeah, cover drive to its perfection. What a exquisite cover drive from Yannick Correa. Really caressed that ball through that cover region. And it races away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Harty again, how he responds. This time again, work that one into that gap there again. He's looking for 3 here now. Will he get it? He won't. Carrier, that's the end of the over. 206 to 5. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Thanks a lot, guys. 206 for 5. You can look at the scorecard. Simmons 11, Khan 9, the Silver 37, Mohammed 22. Karai is on 60 out of 194 balls. Guli is on 6, and Isaiah Raja is on 44 for 120. And that innings of 60 is a really, really important one for Trinidad, as well as this 44 from Isaiah. Sammy's right forward, and Isaiah coming into this innings with an injured finger, and they say sometimes when you are injured it brings out a tiger in you, it brings out a fight in you. As I say good afternoon once more to Amar Samaru.
Good afternoon to you, Vinod, and my opinion is that both Raja and Carrier are playing a good game. They are playing what you refer to as situational cricket. They are batting, in the context of the game, trying to not to give out a wicket, and at the same time taking the ones and twos, have the scoreboard ticking along.
Well, there's still 37.4 overs to go towards the end of the day's play. I'm not sure if we'll get that in, but still a lot of cricket to go today. Carrier is on 60. He has carried the innings nicely, and Raja has shown that he's a fighter. So, he's back. Very talented batsman is Isaiah Raja. I've said this over and over again, and it's good to see him realize that potential as you're seeing out there, Amar.
Good potential, and at times showing a little signs of aggression playing some beautiful cover drives as the game progresses.
Very pleasing on the eyes is Raja. You would have seen his dad Anil, but I
Several
myself,
times.
Yep, would have seen him, and he reminds me a lot of Anil, a chipper of the old block.
And the fruit does not fall far from the tree.
This time he's right forward again, and showing respect, showing restraint. And he has been, the last trial match that he played, you could have seen Raja looking to fight to get into form. He was not in form. And that innings, I think, would have swayed the selectors in his direction. And, he got the opportunity to play because of the fact that Solozano got an injury, and he has grasped the opportunity with both hands.
And holding on to this opportunity very tightly, as demonstrated in his innings today here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Toruba, Marabella, South Trinidad.
So a lead of 65 at the moment, and that is in the context of this game, in the context of that pitch, that is probably worth twice as much.
Very true, Mr. Mamchan. Very true. At times, the pitch is playing uneven, but he has to date played both of them. They have played each ball on its own merit, knowing what the situation is with the game.
Well, the partnership is now 89 of 235 deliveries. And Harty is in his 14th over. Raja looking unfussed. Ever so often, you can see him just flinching that injured hand. But this is an innings of character from the young man. It will help build his character. He's injured, but he's out there fighting for Trinidad and Tobago. And this will send a message to the national selectors, the management of the team, and it's also a good example for his fellow cricketers who are in the pavilion at the moment.
I concur with your sentiments, and one of the national selectors, one was there today looking, and he indicated to me he was impressed with the quality of innings. As I said before, given the situation of the game.
And you want your cricketers to read cricket.
Agreed.
And, we were having a discussion just now in the TTCB box with the president, and it was centered around the mental aspect of cricket and building that capacity to understand, to think on your feet. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 208 for 5 after 87 overs. And you look at just a summary of the game so far. Jamaica 141 with Blackwood getting 44, Campbell 25, Palmer 24, Mindley had 22, Brown Charles carrier best 6 for 48, and we had Jaden Seals tremendously impressive 2 for 17. Trinidad and Tobago in response 208 for 5 of 87 overs with Karaya 61 not out, Raja 45 not out, and Josh De Silva 37. De Silva, the man out this morning, and one of the wickets to fall, and that it seems as if that wicket had fallen last week. The length of time that these two have batted, and they've brought Trinidad and Tobago right back into this encounter. So here's the spin merchant from the southern end, and the elegant Raja is forward. I'll pay double the price of admission to see Raja drive through the covers.
Agreed. Elegantly. Elegantly. And we were speaking about discipline. You know, this is a disciplined inning we are seeing here today.
He's down the track and he got back in time. Well, good presence of mind there by Raja. He was down the track. He played it to short leg. And he just turned back and got back inside. Well, the fielder short leg. Leroy Logg. It's going to be very difficult to pass Logg. So just a check drive, but these two play for Queen's Park. They would have batted on many occasions together, so there's that understanding, and you're seeing that. You know, in difficult times, you would have seen strike rotation, and they have decided, as the innings has progressed, to really put away the bad balls.
Yes, they put a high price on their respective wickets. And this is demonstrated, as you said, you know, put away only the bad balls, no sort of wild flashes.
I think, and you would have just seen Karaya come up and have a discussion with him. I think he's thinking that Raja is probably getting a bit agitated at not being able to score at this point in time. So he's just going up and just telling him, you know, probably you've done the hard work, just bide time and the bad balls will come. So it's the end of that over, the end of 88 overs, the score. Red Force 208 for 5. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
As you see, Hati continues from the northern or commentary and bowling to Yannick Karaya.
So every run is met with applause out there from the scattering of spectators. You know, we were focusing on the main stand here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which is to our right. But just now, we saw fans on the left. There's one with a huge Trinidad and Tobago flag there as well. Now, Raja has to be careful here. There's a very straight and short mid-on in position, just in line with the non-striker for that uppish on drive.
Yes.
And Harty's going to bring the ball back into him as he did there. So Raja has to be careful. But he's mindful. That last delivery went in that direction, but he played it along the ground.
Yes, he should not sky the ball or play any sort of uppish shots as the fieldsman is waiting there.
Short height away around the corner. Not really getting it as he would have wanted there, but he gets the single. So the shadows already extending. We saw yesterday it extended across the strip, where one half of the strip was lighted and the other had a shadow on it. Alright, you can see initially looking to go hard at that one, and he checked the shot. He's looking around, at the scoreboard. So Trinidad and Tobago up to 210 for 5. Remember, this is the West Indies 4-day championship.
Yes, Mr. Mamchan, and we are on the second day, coming to the end of the second day. And we were just reminded that Trinidad and Tobago got their first batting point when the score reached 200. And I am saying that this batting point is very important when we consider, as I indicated early on, there are only going to be 5 rounds. There are no home and away matches for this season.
Yeah, just for this season, that is how it's going to play out. So on the Ludes log, again because of the COVID restrictions and taking everything into consideration, the busy international schedule, the World Cup was played here recently, the Under-19 World Cup. We're down to one round of matches. Also, given the economic situation, with sponsorship really hard to come by. So that one was given some air, but it was bowled wicket to wicket. Garaya backed away. On this turf, you're getting slow turn. So he was able to get it into the covers, but he was not able to find a gap. Had that found a gap, it would have gone for 4. This is a really handy innings here from good old Krish. Just gave the president the joke about the Krish, and he had a hearty laugh. I think he was falling off his chair. Thanks to Rudy Ramisa, 212 for 5. Merchant has been tight. 21 overs, just 30 runs.
And economical, as the figures display that. No wickets for 30 runs in 21.4 overs. Very tidy.
So the Trinidad and Tobago score is going up. It's now 212 for 5. This is really refreshing. Raja is down the track, and he hits it straight down. Did it go all the way? No. That's 4 that brings up a popular half century by Isaiah Raja. Well played, young man.
Well played. Brilliant innings in the context of the game. Because he came in at a time when his fingers were still injured.
I think it can't be getting better, because I mean he's out there batting. It cannot be getting better. But what he's doing is that he's showing that he is willing to go out there and fight for his country. This is what you want to see from your players. You want to see that heart. You would well remember in 1984 when Malcolm Marshall batted with a broken arm. He batted one-handed and was able to add some valuable runs to the West Indies effort. That's the end of the over. And the latest score 216 for 5 after 90 overs. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Where Hati continues from the northern pavilion and bowling to Carrier, who is on 63, not out.
Yes, so Karaya just leaning into that one and punch it, pushes it away. That's the Century partnership now. A lovely shot through the offside. What a pleasant shot to bring up the Century partnership. And it's 102 of 259 balls. The score is 220 for 5.
I am thinking that the Red Force is now motoring along and building a healthy lead. As we see, Hattie continues from the northern end to Carrier.
So at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of those bonus points, they would have gotten 1 for reaching the 200 run mark. There's another that's on offer if they can get a further 30 runs to get up to 250, but they'll have to do all that within the next 20 overs. This time dropped an ambitious drive outside the off stump, and it has been put down. They're going to take a short break, drinks break it seems. Yes, so just to finish that point, so far we've gotten, Trinidad and Tobago have gotten 1.4 in terms of the bonus points. So if they can get up to 250, they'll get another point, because all your bonus points are awarded within 110 overs. They have faced 91. So within the next 19 overs, they must get up to 250 to get that extra bonus point. So far, they've gotten 0.4 fast bowling points, because it's 0.2 for every wicket taken by a fast bowler. So that tally at this present position is 1.4. We take a short break, and when we come back, we will continue to bring you coverage here at the BLCA. Welcome back, and we are in now to the final hours play for this, the second day of this WICB regional tournament. And Raja is going to take strike. He's on 51, Karaya is on 67, and the lead has now pushed on Amar Samaru to 79.
I think it's a healthy lead given that this is a 4-day game.
You would have spoken before about the new regulations. You know, we are not living in normal times. So you would have spoken about some of the regulations as it pertains to COVID. Our very keen viewers may well want to hear about that.
Well, firstly, locally, to enter the stadium, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board is insisting that only fully vaccinated people would be allowed into the stadium. That's firstly. Cricket West Indies is determined that the game play, and they have indicated that should a team, certain members contract COVID-19 virus, that team, in order that the game would continue, there is a pool of local players which they can pull from who are not playing in this game.
That's another single. So you're telling me, Amar, that let's say unfortunately Jamaica has 6 or 7 players who comes down with the COVID and they need players to complete a match. They will be able to pull players from Trinidad?
From Trinidad, and if there is another regional game which we know is taking place in Trinidad, you know, rather than the flying a player from Jamaica, it will take so much time, they can pull a non-playing member from the other team.
Wow.
Of course, these requests must be approved by Cricket West Indies.
Thanks a lot for that information. That is, I'm sure that is something our viewers would appreciate being educated on. And, you know, we always like to educate our viewers, keep them well and truly informed. So it's 221 for 5. Gordon has taken 2 for 46. So let's say someone contracts COVID here from the visiting team, because if it's the local team, they will obviously have a pool of players who would have represented the different teams at the trial matches. But if it's a foreign team, instead of flying in players, they may well go to the Windward Islands or to Guyana, who are here at the moment, and probably pick a player who is not playing. That's really interesting, but I guess it's good thinking by the West Indies Cricket Board, because just as Raja and Karaya has been thinking on their feet out there, you have to be so fluid with this COVID situation that, you know, you have to put things in place. Struck on the pad, probably angling down the leg side, going wide of the crease and pushing that one into Raja.
So from our view here, it seems that to be going down the leg side. And we would also remember that each team, each traveling team, you know, each team has a number of reserves. So the first call would be the reserves.
Yeah, this is why I was saying that if 6 or 7 players comes down with it, then you may have to look outside of your players.
This is, you know, the initiative of Cricket West Indies, you know, determined to get the game going. To some people, you know, COVID will be there and we have to live. We have to live.
Yeah, you know, we have to find ways to get around this and to continue to live. I mean, initially when the COVID-19 struck, It seems as if Marquino Minley is going to take up the attack from the northern end. Remember, they have the new ball at their disposal. In fact, yes, so it's Marquino Minley. Remember, the new ball has been taken by the visitors. It's 222 for 5, double Nelson. And yes, initially when the pandemic came, we saw most everything being shut down. But now, I think, with the pandemic staying around for so long, there's no choice but to look and find ways to live with it, so to speak. So it's going to be Minley after 17 overs, 2 for 45, continuing the attack with the new ball from the northern end. Gordon bowled the first over with the new ball from the southern end, 18 overs, 2 for 47. Of course, Derval Green had a tremendous spell this morning, 17 overs, 1 for 32. Merchant, 22 overs, none for 34. Harty, 16 overs, none for 40. And Williams, 2 overs, none for 9. So this could be a significant period of play towards the evening. We're after 5 already, and the conditions are pretty good out there. It's pretty bright still, and Minley with the new cherry has 2 slips in attendance, and he'll be looking to bring them into action. Here he is now. It's a short, and Kara just pulls it down to deep mid-wicket. Only 1. And brings Raja back into strike.
And it seems that despite the small number of spectators, they are very happy with the situation. Hearing them applauding loudly.
I think they're very happy to see a good fight. And this is cricket. This is what you want to see, the ebbs and flows of a match. You normally get that in Test cricket. And 2 very good batsmen out there at the moment, fighting for their country.
Fighting with determination, playing a purposeful innings. Drawing out all their skills to make sure their team is in a good position.
So Raja respecting a good delivery just outside the off stump. He's getting his rhythm going again against the faster bowlers.
But Minley has been knocking on the doors of the West Indies senior cricket team.
Yeah, he was included in that team that went to England. It's changing up the angle, giving Raja something to think about. This is good thinking here.
Needs to bowl a little closer to the stumps, forcing Raja to play. Either to defend or play his shot.
You don't want to waste the new ball.
Because with the new ball, he's getting a little bit of movement.
This one keeps a bit low. Thankfully for Raja, he was not leaving that on bounce, because had he left that on bounce, he would have been in some problems there. What he has, Raja over the years has shown that he's a good judge of where his stumps are. I've noticed that with him, even in the trial games when he was struggling, he was playing at those deliveries outside the off stump. You really have to force him to play. He's not going to play loosely outside that off stump.
Yes, and he is demonstrating that today. And as I said, that he put a very high price on his wicket.
That's a no ball.
That's a no ball.
Just looking for the extra effort and overstepping on that occasion there. Mindley. So after a couple periods of delay for rain today, it has turned out to be a wonderful afternoon. This time Raja gets a delivery looking to pull. It did not get up, and that's the nature of the track.
Yes, it's kept a little low, and as already he has shown that with this ball, as a result, the ball keeping low, he was unable to dispatch it to the boundary, looking to play on the square. But we see both batters are having a conversation right now. Probably Karaya is telling him, you know, watch the height the ball is coming through.
But you can't fault Raja for playing that shot. That was a short delivery. So nowhere you could have expected him to be on the front foot.
Agreed.
And who knows, that could have been worse for him had it been the old ball. The new hard ball is going to bounce a little more, and that would have saved them on that occasion.
Yes, it would have.
These two would want to just see out this next period of play. At this point in time, still have 48 minutes to negotiate once the light holds.
Yes, as Green continues from the southern end, I think he's bowling at a good pace, but he has to line the ball properly. He's going too much down the leg side, giving the opportunity for the batters to leave alone.
Well, yes, that's another wide delivery. This is Gordon not utilizing the new ball well. Since he took the new ball, he has been operating solely around the wicket, and I'll probably like to see him try over the wicket, look to angle the ball across the left-hander, because he's all over the shop, to be honest.
All over the shop from left side. Last delivery went wide to our left.
It's a much better delivery.
Properly angled into the batsman, forcing him to play.
I think ideally what he's looking to do is to get the ball angling in to the left-hander, and on pitching he will want it to straighten. If that happens, that could create some serious problems for the left-handers.
Yes, because there are two fieldsmen on the left-hand side near the boundary. A deep, fine leg.
And that fielder is there, of course, for the surprise delivery, which is the short one, hoping that Carrier goes to hook. But there's been a keen contest today, and just walking around behind the stands just now, you could have heard all sorts of discussions surrounding the game. This one jumps a bit at him, and Karan did the right thing. He took the bottom hand away, and that kept it down. So that's a good technique shown there by the left-hander. It struck high up on the bat.
As I said, the ball is new, so it is coming on a little faster than would have been an old ball.
News coming to hand from the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board is that their first zonal tournament will begin on March the 2nd. This is pushed away, Karaya taking a few steps and then sending Raja back. Raja turns back and looks at him as if to say, you invited me for a drink and then you sent me back. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score 224 for 5. I want to thank Amar Samaru for his expert views this afternoon. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamchan. Thank you very much.
Mainly around the wicket. He looks at the umpire for reasons I don't know, but Raja played inside the line on that occasion. Good start to the season is so important. Karaya's put his hands up for Trinidad and Tobago as well as Raja. Is Minley and again that one jumps just off a good length. Raja had the bottom hand off in a flash. He's a tall man, so that made some height. Raja's a good student of the game. In conversations with him, it always centers around cricket. Reports from his club is that he has a very good work ethic. And his dad, Anil, would have played for Trinidad. And his brother would have played for Trinidad as well. This time he gets right back and across. So that's a situation where father and both sons would have played for Trinidad. Reminds me of Joey Carew, Michael Carew, and David Carew. David played for the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team. It's pushed away. You had father and son, one son. So you had Brian Davis and Gregory Davis. And then Gregory Davis's son played for the Trinidad and Tobago under-15 team when they won the regional title a couple seasons ago. Raja is nicely forward, the bat and pad close together. It's showing Minley that a Gray Nichols is his bat of choice. Short, Raja looking to pull. There's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Not really getting into position to pull that. Was Raja. He's very side on. He's not like most of the players these days who are open chested to some degree. And being open chested to some degree helps with your onside play. Seems as if Minley is going to go over the wicket, is it? Gordon, sorry. He's now going to go over the wicket. And he'll be looking to angle that ball across the left-handed Karaya. In fact, he's decided to continue over. So he's coming around the wicket now. He has me all confused here. Gordon. Just checking the drive, and there is a misfield that allows one. So it's going steaming in from the southern end. Short, pulled away by Rajan. That one. He's going to come back for two. Is it? No, West one. Durval Green got his hands in the way there at a short mid-wicket. And he was able to stop it to some extent. Prevented a certain boundary. So Raja reduced to one. Ideally for Trinidad and Tobago, they'll like to get up to a lead of 100 by the end of today's play. Come back tomorrow and fight again. This time he's right across his stumps. Exaggerated defensive stroke. Posing for the cameras, and as good old Creech looked up, there were no cameramen around. Down the leg side, keeping a bit low. Let's wait on the umpire. Does he have the energy to lift that leg this time of the afternoon? Yes, it's a leg by. Raja watchful on that occasion. For the horrors that the players have gotten with this track, these two, they have really buckled down and battled well. You need a slice of luck on tracks like this. To be fair, Gordon has not used this new ball well. And it brings the over to an end. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Good afternoon again to our technical guru, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, a man from UTT fame. That's one more. And not to be left out is a man to his left of Sevilla's fame. So Minley to continue. Number 29 on his back. Good delivery. That was a good delivery. Just outside the off stump, and Raja, back of a line, Raja just playing it away quietly. It's a boundary on that occasion. Raja brings 4, and it brings an applause from the pavilion. I think listening to the response from downstairs in the pavilion, I think his teammates really appreciate the effort of Isaiah Raja batting with an injury and getting up to 57. He's faced 163 deliveries. Imagine facing 163 deliveries with an injured finger. I think he's just become friends with Shannon Gabriel again after the drop catch yesterday. Outside the off stump, and Raja is watchful. What I like about him is he's going to force both Minley and Gordon to bowl in the areas he wants, because the areas they want, he's not going to touch the ball. So he's going to force them to come into his comfort zone, and that is when he's going to get his runs. I think this is a very significant innings here for the young man Raja. Down to backward point. It's a play I have a lot of time for. Also a very good all-fours player. At times during some of our coverage of cricket matches, when the elements arrive, Raja will find himself with us playing all-fours. Get tempted at the last moment, holding restraint, allowing that one to go by, and it's the end of another over. It's getting a bit murky, if I may say so, on the outside. So we'll be right back shortly. So Gordon around the wicket again. Hopefully he'll be able to tighten up his line. His line has been the problem with the new ball. Just looking from our vantage point, look at the wicketkeeper and first and second slip. You're seeing 46, 32 and 27. The ages of, and in this order, Rudy Ramisa, Ronnie Bikram Das, and yours truly. Outside the off stump, allowed to go by. Ronnie's very happy that he's gotten that age. Gets one more. Partnership of 116. What a delivery! And Karaya has been given out leg before. He can't believe it. And he probably did get some bat onto that by the way he's reacting. Normally, Karaya, when he is sent, he normally leaves the arena. But that was a brute of a Yorker by Gordon. He gets his third wicket. And Trinidad and Tobago are now 234 for the loss of 6. A partnership of 116 has come to an end. Karaya leaves for 72, out leg before. A dejected man. He leaves 222 deliveries, but he would have done a tremendous job for his country. Yannick Karaya shakes his head as he walks off. He's not a happy man, clearly. Given out leg before. The umpire took his time in making that decision, and in the end, Karaya has to depart. So, it's going to be Brian Charles who comes in now with Trinidad and Tobago 234 for 6. They are 7 runs short of a 100 lead. Charles, the right-handed batsman, got a career best 6 wickets yesterday, and he has a lot of confidence. So he'll want to continue that. He'll want to make a contribution here with the bat. For Trinidad and Tobago, it's important that Isaiah Raja is still out there. $234 for 6. Ronnie Bikram Das, your thoughts on that dismissal? Just poking fun with Ronnie. We know that at that point in time he was busy doing his technical stuff. But Karaya normally walks. He's a very disciplined player. He stood there. He showed his disgust at the decision. But in the end, the umpire's decision is final. But take nothing away from Gordon. It was a brute of a delivery. Now he switches to over the wicket to the right-handed Charles. Here's Gordon. And Charles gets one that creeps and comes back into him. He goes down quickly. He's a short man, so there was not much traveling for him. And he keeps it out. It's the end of a very good over there by Gordon, getting his third wicket. It's now 3 for 51. Jamaica, just to remind you, batting first got up to 141, and Charles took 6 for 48. Trinidad and Tobago, good response, 234 for 6. Karaya 72. Raja is there on 58. The light meter is now going out there, and that would have always been the case. The umpires have made it clear that for the remainder of this match, play will begin at 9:30 on each day. Palmer and skipper Campbell having a discussion with umpire Ramdani. So he's using the light meter to check the visibility, and I think they oh well, we await the reading. The bails are off, only to rest the meter there, and I've been educated in that manner there by Mr. Bikram Das. So that's a light on one end. Umpire Ramdani is now going to check the light at the other end. Now, it has gotten a bit gloomy, but what has compounded it is the fact that the fast bowlers are in operation. And they have offered the light, and the TNT batsmen, they have accepted it. So Trinidad and Tobago ends the day on 234 for 6. Light being offered at 5:36 p.m. And tomorrow they will continue play at 9:30 a.m. just to make up for lost time. TNT has put themselves in a strong position. They lead by 93 with 4 wickets in hand. I think it will be a welcome relief for Isaiah Raja, who will be able to rest that finger overnight and come back and battle tomorrow. He's on the 58 of 169 deliveries. He returns to the pavilion with the applause of his teammates accompanying him. The Jamaicans walk off. To go through the scorecard for Trinidad and Tobago, Keegan Simmons, he had 11. He was dismissed yesterday, as well as skipper Imran Khan for 9. Joshua De Silva, 37. He fell this morning. Jason Mohammed was dismissed yesterday for 22. At the fall of De Silva's wicket, Gooley followed, and he left for 6. A very soft dismissal by Gooley, driving uppishly to mid-off. And then it was the partnership that I think will determine the result of this match. It really turned the game firmly in the grip of Trinidad and Tobago. That's the partnership of 116 between Yannick Karaya and Isaiah Raja. Karaya just left leg before the lights was offered. He made 72 of 223 balls. What an innings it was in the context of this match. And Isaiah Raja remains 58 not out of 169 balls. With him, Brian Charles, who has just faced the lone delivery, and the batsmen to come tomorrow, the fast bowling trio of Shannon Gabriel, Anderson Phillip, and Jaden Seas. I paused as I said Shannon Gabriel. I don't think that good old Shannon was promoted in the batting lineup. That could have been done by Mr. Bikram Das because of the fact that Shannon Gabriel played for Presal as well before joining Queen's Park, and we know the Presal connection there. Minley, the bowling, 20 overs, 2 for 52. Gordon just removed Karaya, 21 overs, 3 for 51. Derval Green, 17 overs, 1 for 32. Williams, 2 overs, none for 9. Harty, 16 overs, none for 40. And good old Merchant, 22 overs, none for 34. The fall of wickets, 17, 24, 58, 104, 118 for 5. Jamaica was still firmly in the game, but 234 after a partnership for 116 for the 6th wicket has left TNT in a very good position at the end of the second day of this 4-day regional match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I want to wish you all the best on behalf of the entire crew. We want to wish you a safe evening, and remember to join us again tomorrow at 9:30. I want to say thank you to our wonderful viewers today who would have enjoyed our coverage. Bye for now.